Marvel, I went a little ahead in time by traveling. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51, Drawing a Line to Make Money. The next day, a week after George left Los Angeles and returned to school, Paul received good news. The 3 plots of land in Texas had been bought. However, because the area was relatively large, this purchase directly cost George $45 million. But considering his own gains, everything was worth it. Let's talk about the largest goby first. George remembered that the land was bought by the Celestial Empire for $1.7 billion in his previous life. 4 years after the purchase, oil was discovered under the land. With the crude oil technology at that time, the recoverable reserves were 20 billion barrels. In addition, there were 16 trillion cubic feet of natural gas and 1.6 billion barrels of natural gas condensate, setting a record for the largest unconventional crude oil reserves in the United States. The value of the oil field even exceeded $1.14 trillion. This oil field can be compared with Saudi Arabia's Ghawar, the world's largest oil field with a daily output of 5 million barrels. The Celestial Empire became the big winner, and the second triangular forest area, under the total 560 square kilometers of land in this area, is the famous East Texas oil field in history. The East Texas oil field was not only the largest oil field in the United States, but also one of the largest oil fields in the world. In the original history, the East Texas oil field was discovered in 1930 and has been the largest oil field in the United States since it was put into production. The last piece of land in the town, created for oil tycoons in the United States. The oil resources under the ground can be imagined. The last 2 pieces of land George bought in California were not oil mines, but gold mines. There are 5 mining sites around the land in Pryor County, all of which are open pit mines. With the improvement of technology, the average gold content of that gold mine has reached 1.15 g/t, and a total of 77.5 t of gold can be recovered. The last piece of land has an ore reserve of 7 million tons. The Bureau estimates that the gold grade is 0.07 ounces/ton of ore reserves, with a total of 3 mining sites. These 5 pieces of land are just the higher quality mines in the United States that George chose. Like some other mines, George has not purchased a large number due to money and other ability issues. When George left Los Angeles, he had already informed Paul that he had acquired a qualified mining company. Then he asked the exploration team to start exploring 4 places other than the Gobi Desert. The reason for not exploring the Gobi Desert is that the current technology is not yet developed. It is better to develop the wealth that is easy to develop first than to waste time on this land. Moreover, the oil price is still too low at this time. He can develop it step by step and let the oil price soar for a while. George's current behavior is the same as a horse racing and land grabbing at that time. Others are grabbing land, while George is grabbing money. But who made him have this condition? On this day, George followed Osborn in the laboratory to observe the bacteria experiment. Half a month ago, Osborn published a paper on penicillin with George as the first signer and he is the second signer. The paper specifically discusses that penicillin has a significant inhibitory and destructive effect on many infectious bacteria that can cause serious diseases and has a strong bactericidal effect. This paper also attracted the attention of the college and was recommended to a professional platform by the college, but it has not been published yet. At this time, the first phase of the experiment has been completed, and Osborn has begun to apply for a patent for penicillin. George knew that, if he wanted to further study the effects of penicillin, he had to solve the problem of penicillin purification. In the original time and space, after 18 months of hard work, they finally obtained 100 milligrams of yellow powdered penicillin with a purity that could meet the needs of human intramuscular injection. George directly proposed a solution and extracted penicillin crystals by freeze drying. In fact, there are more advanced solutions, but the patent has not yet been issued, and George thinks it is better to go slowly. This extraction method is sufficient to meet the needs of the experiment. The next step of the experiment is to conduct experiments directly on experimental mice to observe the therapeutic effect of penicillin. There are also effects and principles on those pathogens. These require a series of observations and frequent experiments. George, look at the reply from the Lancet. Osborn walked into the laboratory happily with an opened envelope. The Lancet? George looked up from the microscope. Before Osborn said he wanted to publish a paper, George just took a look and did not ask which journal it was published in. However, George was still very happy to be published in the Lancet, because this is quite beneficial for the subsequent experimental advancement. That night, George invited all the staff in the laboratory to have dinner together to celebrate the success of the experiment. George could not learn much in school. The professors in the school usually helped George to establish a direction and sort out the structure of knowledge. Then George continued to fill in the gaps through his own study and reading. George was already preparing to take the annual final exam, and his graduation thesis was about the effect of penicillin. If nothing unexpected happened, George would graduate from college in June this year. 3 days later, news came from the California Mining Company that after a month of survey, gold mines had been discovered. The survey report was out. Then George would consider the issue of development. The gold ore with mining value must reach 0.3-0.5 grams per ton. Both of George's mines have reached this level, so they have great development value. Therefore, after a little thought, George prepared to mine these 2 gold mines by himself. The greater benefit of mining by himself is that he can successfully wash the more than 80 tons of gold in his space. After George informed Paul of this decision by phone, he asked him to arrange all matters related to mining. George also wrote a 145-page plan for the heap leaching process and gave it to Paul. Heap leaching refers to the process of building a pile of low-grade gold ore or flotation tailings on the bottom pad material and dissolving the gold and silver in the ore to form a gold-containing precious liquid to recover gold through the circulation and spraying of sodium cyanide solution. Heap leaching has the advantages of simple process, easy operation, less equipment, less power consumption, less investment, quick effect and low production cost. Heap leaching is used to treat low-grade ores of 0.5-3G/T, and the gold recovery rate is 50-80% and can even reach 90%. But in fact, this process was used for leaching of oxidized copper, or as early as 1752. But George's is the first case for gold mines. After George told Paul about this method, Paul was very excited. He even proposed to register a patent for this method, but George stopped him because the knowledge used in the whole process had been discovered, so there was no patent problem. If you want to make money with this method, it is not impossible. There are 2 ways. One is to buy back the low-grade ore from others and then extract it again. If this method can be kept confidential, it can gain benefits to a certain extent. The second is to directly use this method to negotiate with other mining companies and share the one-time benefits. Why is it one time? Because there are many tricks in this. Simply put, you can only cooperate once. Next time, others will know how to cooperate with you. Will they still cooperate with you? So it can only be a one-time cooperation. Finally, George decided to charge a fee directly. The next day, George arranged for Paul to release the exploration results to the public and let Paul send invitations to the top 20 mining companies in the world in his own name. These mining companies will definitely be present. After all, he may also plan to sell the mine. As for the smaller ones, George did not invite them. The day after the news was announced, many mining companies called to ask if they had any plans to sell or cooperate in mining, hoping to talk to George. But George already had a plan. How could he change it? Unified asked them to wait for news. The newspapers on the next day also reported the news. George estimated that this would bring another gold rush to California. A week later, the meeting was held in the banquet hall of the Plaza Hotel. All the invited companies were present. After all, according to the data released by George, the 2 mines may have 100 tons of gold in total. This is such a huge fortune that no mining company wants to miss it. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to see you here. Let me introduce myself first. My name is George Orwell. I invited you all here this time because gold mines were discovered in the 2 pieces of California land I bought some time ago. George said first. Mr. Orwell, are you going to sell these 2 mines? What price are you going to sell them at? At this time, someone underground began to ask questions. Haha, that's right. I don't plan to sell these 2 gold mines. Then why did you gather us together? It's like this. I found a new technology. It can increase the utilization rate of low-grade ores to 90%. I wonder if you are interested. Orwell, is your method really feasible? If the cost is too high, it is not very realistic. At this time, someone asked. Oh, no, my newly developed method is simple in technology and low in cost. I can guarantee this. I called you here today to discuss this business. Of course, if you don't believe me, we can also adopt another way. That is, you sell the low grade ore to me for a second time. We can recycle the ore at a certain discount based on the unit gold content. When the mining companies heard what George said, they immediately realized that this method might really work. Otherwise, George would not have called so many mining companies at the same time, and he would not have offended so many mining companies at the same time. So Orwell, what are your conditions? You can't publish the method for free, right? Of course. You are some of the largest mining companies in the world. You must have had a batch of low-grade mines in your hands before, and you thought they had no mining value. Well, now with the plan I provide, these treasures will be used again. Like I said just now, you can sell the low-grade mines directly to me. Of course, I invited everyone here today just to make friends with you, so you can also pay $5 million directly to get this method. We guarantee to teach you until you learn it, and we can also teach on site. The prerequisite is that, after purchasing the method, you sign a confidentiality agreement and cannot disclose the method within 1 year. Mr. Orwell, isn't this price too high? Haha, you have to understand 2 things. The first is that you must have a lot of low-grade mines in your hands, which is a fortune. The second is that you can use a time difference to acquire a batch of low-grade mines. In this way, the money will be earned back. Our company also wants to make friends with you. We don't want to eat alone, so we are willing to trade the plan to you. In fact, $5 million is really cheap for these companies because George invited the top 20 companies in the world. The reason why these people still bargain is simply the nature of businessmen. You can also consider it. Let's get to know each other today and tell me the answer tomorrow. George said. Haha, no need. I believe Mr. Orwell will not cheat us for this little money. So, I will sign this agreement first. At this time, Enlil, the head of Cliff's Natural Resources Company in the United States, after George saw someone express his opinion, he raised the water cup in his hand and raised it to slightly indicate. After seeing someone express his opinion, others also expressed their willingness to cooperate and accept the offer. Everyone agreed to sign the agreement the next day and leave the meeting. George knew that from the moment the meeting ended, low-grade mines around the world would usher in a wave of acquisitions. These big companies would never miss this opportunity to make a fortune. Sure enough, the next day, a large number of small companies with low-grade mines on the stock market were merged and acquired. George believed that there were more people rushing to those unlisted companies to negotiate acquisitions on site. In the hall yesterday, George signed contracts with 20 mining companies. After these companies paid the checks, George had someone send a 145-page mining plan to each company. A round of experiments was also conducted on site and presented to various mining companies. This time, the mining companies also brought technical personnel in advance. After discussions among these technical personnel, they finally came to the conclusion that the technology was feasible. In the evening, George held a small banquet again. The heads of these companies also stayed for face. As for the acquisitions that their companies are carrying out, naturally someone will do it. This time, George can be said to be giving them money, and all companies will owe George a big favor. Thanks to the book friend Enlil1 for the recommendation vote. Thank you. Chapter 52 Oil Company. Through yesterday's profit, George earned another $100 million. It can be said that this is the easiest time for George to make money. The old ancestors said that there is a golden house in the book, which is absolutely true. Although George earned another 100 million this time, it was not reported in the newspaper. Everyone now hopes to keep it secret for as long as possible so that they have more room for operation. However, on the second day after the contract was signed, he received another invitation to the party held by Morgan Bank. It was held in 3 days at a manor of the Morgan family in New York. On the day of the party, George attended the party in a white suit. Because George did not have a girlfriend, he did not bring a female companion. In fact, for such a banquet, it is generally best to invite a lady to attend. This manor is located in the middle of Long Island, surrounded by green trees and elegant environment. The scenery is good. The manor covers an area of more than 500 acres, with 15 buildings of various types, 3 guest villas, private roads, artificial lakes, golf courses, and forest parks. The main villa is a 3-story building located on a hill, overlooking the Long Island Sound. These were introduced to George by the butler who let George. Seeing this manor, George also had the idea of buying a manor. After all, the villa he lives in now is fine for living, but he will buy more antiques in the future, and the current villa will definitely not be able to accommodate them. So it is better to build his own manor. He can put everything he wants to collect in the manor. George kept this idea in mind and planned to see if there is a suitable place around when he is free in 2 days. At the dinner, George attracted a lot of attention as soon as he appeared. Most of them were ladies. Not bringing a female companion to the banquet is a sign of being single, and George looks so handsome now. George just took a cocktail from the waiter's tray, and Morgan over there saw George coming. George also saw Morgan and raised his glass slightly in advance to show respect. After George dealt with the first wave of beauties who came to chat up with him, little Morgan had already walked up to him and said, "How about it, George? Do you have anyone you like? You young people should be bolder. You are so outstanding, so you are very popular. Haha. I still have to study now, and there are still many things to deal with at the company. I really don't have time to make a girlfriend. Do you want me to introduce you to one? I have a niece who is the jewel in the crown of our Morgan family. She is about your age. You can try." Haha, thank you for your kindness. I don't want to fall in love for the time being. There are too many things recently. Okay, but I will introduce you to each other when I have the chance. Haha, welcome to you, George. After saying that, he clinked glasses with George. It's my honor to receive the invitation. Okay, I won't waste the time of those beauties, George. There is another reason for inviting you today. I heard that you bought several plots of land recently, right? Yes, in California and Texas. George, you know, many people call you a lucky boy now, because the gold mines discovered in California, where you bought the land. Haha, yes, I'm quite lucky. George replied. Well, it's like this, George. Recently, the Rockefeller family contacted me and wanted to cooperate with you. Their family is in the oil business. What opportunities can I have to cooperate with them? George knew Rockefeller. His wealth reached an unimaginable level. As the oil king, Rockefeller almost controlled the wealth code of the American oil industry at that time. As the first billionaire in the United States in the 19th century, Rockefeller's life was full of legends. Unlike other rich people, he was not born standing on the shoulders of giants, but relied on his own hands and keen sense of smell to succeed step by step. His way of making money was admired by countless civilians. He was born in a poor town. His career was almost entirely based on his own efforts. Because of this, Rockefeller was considered a real money-making hero by many people. Rockefeller's life was full of legends. His success was both accidental and inevitable. He had wisdom and insight that ordinary people could not compare with. He was not complacent with petty profits. As a war-torn era, he relied on his courage to make profits from it, which was rare. His experience can be written into a thick biography, and George also admires him very much. Now the helmsman of this family is John D. Rockefeller Jr. George, in fact, many people believe in your luck. A geologist has published an article saying that there may be an oil field in Texas. So, if possible, Rockefeller wants to meet you. How about it? Okay, no problem. If there is an oil field, it would be my honor to cooperate with the Rockefeller family. Haha, then okay, I'll let them contact you later. Okay, no problem. Okay, I won't waste your time. Look, the ladies around are about to come over to chase me away. Haha, have fun. After speaking, he clinked glasses with George, finished the wine in his hand, and turned away. The next day, in the company's office, the information of more than 50 newspapers was placed on the desk. These newspapers are not the ones with the largest circulation in the local area. They can only be said to be medium, because the ones with the largest circulation generally have their own support behind them, either local chaebols or national families. This involves the issue of discourse power. Foreigners are also very good at playing the war of public opinion. The current social situation is not as relaxed as in the 19th century. Various families have formed various trusts, but the intentions of the major families are still very obvious. For example, the DuPont family was in the gunpowder chemical industry and then plotted General Motors, the Morgan family's General Electric Company, United Steel Company, the Rockefeller family's Standard Oil Company, and the Federal Reserve. Their intentions can be seen from the names of these companies. So George is going to start with public opinion. The establishment of radio stations, the development of television, including film companies, and now newspapers, are all for this purpose. Some subtle brainwashing effects are terrible. Just like the sissy culture in Asia in later generations, and the propaganda of the United States in later generations, it is to achieve a certain purpose through brainwashing. With these preparations, George feels that brainwashing in the future, well, it should be the work of spreading spirit, which will definitely be much smoother. George looked at the more than 50 newspaper materials in front of him, and did not look at them one by one, because there was no need at all. After issuing the newspaper concept of authoritatively publishing national policies, quickly reporting current events, rationally commenting on social and cultural hotspots, and objectively reflecting social sentiments, the newspaper continued to operate. Playboy had someone send a sample before. After reading it, George removed some meaningless filler articles and added a recommendation article introducing Lincoln's new car. Then he asked them to publish it according to this. George also asked the publisher to publish the book Problems for Smart Children. After returning to the villa, George received an invitation from the Rockefeller family, inviting him to meet at the Rockefeller family's manor. The next day, the motorcade drove to the Rockefeller manor. The Rockefeller family headquarters is located in Westchester County, New York, on the upper reaches of the Hudson River, an hour's drive from Manhattan Island, New York, covering an area of 3,400 acres, comparable to a small town. The main part of this manor was built by the founder of the family, John Davidson Rockefeller, at the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries. It is surrounded by gardens, fountains, racecourses and art sculptures, and the scenery is pleasant. The motorcade arrived at the gate of the Rockefeller Manor, and a team of people were waiting to greet them at the gate. The butler looked inside the car and said respectfully, "Is that Mr. George? The master asked us to welcome you here. Please come in, Mr. George. The master is waiting for you in the hall." The motorcade entered the manor. As soon as the car stopped, the servant came forward to open the door. George got out of the car and saw a middle-aged man standing in the hall. George walked over with a smile. "Mr. Rockefeller, I'm glad to see you." George had seen the information of this Rockefeller before. He was in his prime and an important figure in the Rockefeller family. He was the son and only heir of John Rockefeller, the billionaire founder of Standard Oil Company, and the father of the famous Rockefeller brothers. To distinguish him from his more famous father, he was called Little John Rockefeller. George's deepest impression of him was that John Jr. donated more than $537 million to education, religion, culture, medical and other charitable organizations throughout his life. He was a rare and sincere philanthropist among capitalists. Rockefeller reached out and shook hands with George, smiling and saying, "Haha, I'm also very honored to meet you, a young and promising billionaire. Come, please sit down, and let's chat slowly. What would you like to drink?" "Tea, thank you." "I like tea, too." Rockefeller took George to a small reception room and sat down. The people George brought, and the servants in the manor, did not follow in. Only the butler stood far away. "George, I'm very interested in your land in Texas. Some experts have speculated that there will be oil fields in Texas. But this is just unconfirmed news, isn't it?" Haha, I believe in your luck, but I don't know if you are interested in working together. No, I once said that only by making money together can we expand the business. Okay, it's good that you have this idea. The Rockefeller family has the most advanced oil exploration technology in the United States. I believe that if there is oil under my land, then it must be a good choice to cooperate with the Rockefeller family. So, do you have any opinions on cooperation? Well, in view of the fact that there is no evidence of oil yet, and the land itself is owned by everyone, I'm willing to bear most of the risks. Here are some cooperation terms I prepared. You can take a closer look. These terms can avoid Standard Oil from suffering losses in the early stage to the greatest extent. After speaking, George handed over a contract that he had worked with many accountants and lawyers. Of course, it is already very good for George to cooperate with the Rockefeller family to share part of the oil profits. If it were not for the political capital behind these big families, he could completely get rid of anyone and work alone. Even if the quality of the oil produced does not meet the processing standards of Standard Oil, it is better in quantity and can completely open up a bloody path in the crude oil market at a low price. However, Standard Oil will definitely be hit very hard, which will lead to an irreconcilable hatred with the Rockefeller family. George is definitely not afraid of these families in terms of force, but as long as George is not ready to go against the government, some things cannot be wiped out. George is still too weak in political capital, and he has no choice, because he has made his fortune in such a short time. However, he still has to take advantage, so there is the contract. Of course, this is only now, and it is hard to say whether it is taking advantage in the future. George said again, Mr. Rockefeller, you know that I'm a biology major, and I'm also very interested in medicine. The level of the Rockefeller family's medical laboratory is top-notch. I want to buy some shares of your family's medical group. Today is the first day of the Chinese New Year. Pighead here wishes everyone a happy new year. May your family be healthy, everything go well, and may all your wishes come true. Good luck in the year of the rabbit. Chapter 53. Turbulence resurfaces. Like traditional Chinese medicine, medicine around the world before the 20th century used plants and herbs derived from nature. How did it change to using artificial petrochemical based compounds that only target disease symptoms? It all started with the intervention of two industrial giants, Rockefeller and Carnegie, who were interested in establishing a single industrial-based medical approach. This single agenda quickly destroyed other models of medical education, and medicine as a whole was purged and ruled by a single, centralized medical oligarchy. Gone was true medical research, replaced by a dictatorial medical model. In the United States, medicine before 1910 was a diverse education, with various contents depending on the type of institution. Medical schools taught completely different things than they do today. There were homeopathic medical schools, naturopathic schools, eclectic comprehensive schools, herbal schools, and there was more than one approach to medicine. As with other academic institutions at the time, the pursuit of truth through scientific inquiry took many unique forms, which was considered normal at the time. There were countless schools of thought and various medical methods, each with its own veritable effects. It was a free market model of medical education, centered on openness and acceptance of new ideas, rather than being controlled from top to bottom by a centralized minority. The most successful ideas that withstood the most rigorous scrutiny were pushed to the forefront and became widely accepted solid medical science. Without the excessive bureaucratic obstacles that followed, any exploratory mind and method could successfully achieve the greatest advances in medicine. In 1910, the Flexner Report, sponsored by Rockefeller and Carnegie, organized an evaluation of the omissions and deletions of 155 medical schools across North America, effectively manipulating public opinion and vilifying the original form of medical education in the United States as broken and in need of repair, and thus abandoning it. Through the stimulation of Rockefeller and Carnegie and the United American Medical Association, a group of carefully selected people led by Abraham Flexner used their smart and flexible minds to change the medical education curriculum in North America. In the second half of the 19th century, the American Medical Association's lobbying efforts led to the vision of rigorously branded and systematic empirical medical education proposed by Rockefeller and others in the Flexner Report. In the context of a covert plan to eliminate many legitimate forms of medicine, it was easy to turn medicine into a standardized treatment that dispensed prescription drugs as a means of establishing medical diagnostic categories. Prior to the Flexner Report, there was no real pharmaceutical industry, nor was there a regulatory body that regulated the medical curriculum. This soon changed when the oil industry saw the potential for profit. The report said that most schools did not teach medicine, but what it actually meant was that the natural health schools did not promote enough chemical drugs, which were produced by who? Carnegie and Rockefeller. In the eyes of the elite medicine of the oligarchy, anything outside of this system had to be scrutinized by science and treated with contempt. They dismissed other competing forms of medicine as quackery, even though many of them had been standard medical practices before that era. Pharmaceutical supremacy naturally became the prevailing ideology in most of the most prestigious medical schools, and those who accepted this ideology were often hostile to alternative/unconventional medicine because it contradicted what they were taught in medical school. It wasn't that these competing alternative therapies were ineffective, but that they threatened the carefully woven profit and power interests of the medical oligarchy, which had been plundering the monopoly on medicine since the publication of the Flexner Report. By 1925, over 10,000 herbalists were out of work. By 1940, over 1,500 chiropractors were accused of practicing quackery. There were 22 popular homeopathic medical schools around 1900, but by 1923 there were only 2. By 1950, all schools that taught homeopathy had closed. Ultimately, if a doctor didn't graduate from a medical school supported by Flexner and get an MD, he or she couldn't get a job anywhere. That's why today's MDs are so biased towards synthetic drug therapies, knowing almost nothing about natural food and nutrition. Rockefeller started with organic chemistry, and they found that they could change oil molecules into all kinds of things, so they developed patented drugs, or drug molecules. These are very profitable, and in order for the public to accept them, they must take control of the education system. These integrators see their efforts as a good thing that has led to a large-scale shrinkage of the medical education market. Eliminating the pluralistic medical philosophy is a consistent goal, which later made large institutions such as Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine considered the gold standard of medical education disciplines, and replaced the entire medicine. Of course, George knew that he could not acquire the entire medical group, so he only proposed to acquire part of the shares. Medical group. It seems that George is also interested in Huygens' development of the national health cause. Rockefeller said, "Of course, the pharmaceutical industry is one of the cornerstones of mankind. It would be my honor to contribute to this cause." Haha, then, let's talk about it after I take a good look at your contract. Rockefeller said he would evaluate it. Of course. George said that there was no problem with this, and he did not express any urging. Now no one knows whether there is oil underground, because, as an oil company that controls 80% of the market in the United States, it is still full of confidence in its own strength. He believes that there is no oil merchant in the country who can block oil news. Trust in one's own company is always confident. However, Rockefeller still called the manager below to ask if there was any oil exploration team in the area recently. George did not urge him, because no one except himself could guarantee whether there was oil underground without detection. Rockefeller would definitely evaluate this contract, but as a businessman, out of the capitalist's instinct to make money, he would definitely agree to the contract if it did not harm his company. The contract George took out was a bet contract. The contract stipulated that, if oil was found underground, George would guarantee a six-fold return on the Rockefeller family's investment, and then George had the right to buy back Rockefeller's investment share 10 years after the contract. If no oil was found, both parties would share the risk. After enjoying lunch at the Rockefeller Manor, George's motorcade left the manor. The next day, George came to Rikers Island in New York. After looking at the Rockefeller family's manor, George also decided to build his own manor. After looking at the New York map, he finally chose the island next to New York. In terms of privacy, an independent island is more in line with George's choice. Rikers Island was the third island George visited, after visiting Cedar Island and Hart Island. However, after visiting Rikers Island, George finally chose Rikers Island. Politically, the island is part of the Bronx, with a bridge connecting it to Queens. The island belonged to Rikers since 1664, and later to Rikers, hence the name Rikers Island. When New York City annexed it in 1884, its area was about 35 hectares, 87. Now it has increased to 150 hectares. George remembered that the island later became the infamous Prison Island. The prison was moved from Welfare Island, and the island was bare, unlike today when there are still many trees. In the end, George bought the 150-hectare island from the Vanderbilt family for $6 million. He then commissioned the design and construction of the villa where he now lives to Hope Pink Cohen. After communicating his ideas with the designer, he was free to give full play to his ideas. When George was planning the Texas oil field, Paul had reported that the prototype of the injection molding machine had been made. George had also experimented with this injection molding machine in the past 2 days, and it had fully met his requirements. George asked Paul to build a machinery factory specializing in the production of injection molding machines. For the convenience of management, the factory was also set up in Detroit. The entire factory will take about 2 months to build. With the establishment of this new machinery processing plant, George's company that needs steel has added another one. The demand for steel has increased again. Now George purchases all his steel from the United States Steel Company under the Morgan family. This is a very dangerous thing. In George's previous life, there were companies with a full industrial chain layout like Samsung, and there were also specialized companies like Apple. Although George hated the behavior of over-exaggerating Samsung, he also admitted that Samsung Electronics was indeed very powerful in the electronics field. But in the previous life, there was another company that had a huge impact on the entire industry. That was Xiaomi mobile phone, although it later showed a decline. Xiaomi relied on high-cost performance at the beginning, and when it first appeared on the mobile phone market, it turned the industry upside down. It opened up the entire mobile phone industry chain and integrated the Xiaomi mobile phone with mature technology. But the reason for its failure is that it does not have its own unique skills. Moreover, it only integrated all products and could not control any components. Therefore, Xiaomi mobile phones were gradually overtaken from the first place in market rate. Although George did not intend to replace DuPont's United Steel Company, he did not want to hand over his lifeline to others. George now has 2 options. One is to buy a steel plant in some iron ore and play his own game. The other is to join United Steel directly. Both options have their pros and cons. The first one is naturally slow to develop. As for the second one, if you want to join United Steel now, you naturally need something to impress the Morgan family in order to let them give up part of their shares. Just when George was sorting out the information about the steel industry in his mind, a phone call woke him up from his contemplation. "Boss, this is Harry. I'm very sorry to bother you at this time. I have bad news to inform you. Just 10 minutes ago, our San Francisco headquarters was robbed of $200,000 cash by a group of robbers," Harry said in a slightly uneasy tone. "Are there any injured people?" George asked. 5 people were killed, and 3 were injured, boss. "Well, I see. I'll get there as soon as possible. You should call the police according to the procedure first. Just say that $5 million is missing. Then make sure to compensate the injured and the dead, and don't make it too much of a fuss." "Okay, boss." After George hung up the phone, he sat quietly behind his desk. He thought that this incident was definitely not done by ordinary robbers, because ordinary robbers would not choose this kind of headquarters to rob unless it was under extremely special circumstances. Because the security force must be much stronger. So who is behind this? If it's the Mafia, it's simple. The 2 gangs that have a grudge against him are the 2 gangs. One is the Barsini family, and the other is the Jewish gang. As for the Nago gang, there is no one left, so it's unlikely. San Francisco happens to be the base of the Barsini family. George doesn't believe this is really a coincidence. But if it's not just the Mafia, could it be that someone has set their sights on his industry? Why didn't they attack him directly, but rob a bank? In any case, he still has to go to San Francisco first. Considering that the distance was too far, and it would take 4 or 5 days by train, George decided to go there by himself. Chapter 54, Robbed. He called the security personnel and asked them to check the inside and outside of the villa, as well as the garage and vehicles, to prevent anyone from attacking him. Then he picked up the phone and called Ryan's security station. "Ryan, this is George. There is a problem in San Francisco. This is the time to show the effect of training. Well, do you want to bring all the people over? No, but you should bring half of the people. After the problem is solved, let them stay to be responsible for the security of the bank. You also need to continue to recruit people here, and all our industries must be equipped with their own security." "Okay, I got it. I will go there as soon as possible." After chatting with Ryan about the information and arrangements in San Francisco for a while, George said, "See you in San Francisco, Ryan." Seeing the security knocking on the study door, George motioned to come in and heard the security personnel say, "Boss, a remote-controlled bomb was found in the car and it has been removed now. Do you need to call the police?" "Well, no need to call the police. I get it. I will go to San Francisco tomorrow, and you guys will stay to be responsible for the security of the villa." "Okay, boss." George guessed that this was not a simple bank robbery when he knew that explosives were installed in his car. They had calculated that they would use the robbery to attract his attention. If he drove to the train station, the people in the dark would detonate the bomb. As for calling the police, forget it. There was no surveillance in this era. The police's crime solving rate was less than 12%, which meant that if the police didn't catch him at the scene, the case would basically not be solved. After instructing the security, George transformed directly from the window and flew to San Francisco. 10 hours later, in the early morning, George stood in front of the Wells Fargo building in San Francisco. Without notifying Harry, after identifying the direction, George split into 40 clones, and then all turned into bads and split 2 to fly to the police station. The rest flew to the residence of the Barsini family. He put his consciousness into the police station and saw that the police station had not opened yet, so he could only let the birds wait, and then he put his consciousness into the Barsini family again. The Barsini side was much more lively. In a hall, an Italian man sat in the main seat, with a cigar in his mouth and a glass of red wine in his hand, looking at the people on both sides, who were discussing excitedly. This time, it's considered as teaching that kid a little lesson. Yes, he simply refused to do the wine business with us before, which caused our family to lose too much. That's right. Although there is no shortage of wine in small workshops now, and we can always get it, if we think of a way, wine of the quality before is too rare. I heard that several other families can now earn nearly $400,000 a month. This is only the financial gain, and they have also got in touch with many big shots because of this. Well, the underground restaurant business also makes a lot of money. Because of the poor quality of our wine, our income from the restaurant is much worse. Well, let's publicize the news of the robbery of Wells Fargo Bank later, and see who dares to deposit money there. Haha. Okay, that's it for now. Have the people who are in charge arranged? Bassini asked. Don't worry, they are in the manor. When the storm is over, we will arrange for them to go back to their hometown to hide. Well, leave them $5,000 each, and confiscate the rest. Is there any news from the bank now? Master, the bank just reported the case, but the police station sent a message that the bank reported to the police that it was robbed of $5 million. Haha, I think they want to put the loss on other depositors. But things won't end so easily, Bassini said after taking a sip of red wine. Okay, let's all go. Since there is nothing to do today, it is estimated that nothing will happen. I imagined that kid too powerful before. Maybe there was other hidden secrets on the night when the Jewish gang was destroyed. Maybe it was not him who did it. Haha, okay, master. A little kid who has just reached adulthood. How can he be so powerful? You can take a rest. We will keep a close eye on the things outside. After that, the people on both sides stood up, bowed slightly to Bassini, and retreated. George, who turned into a bird, heard this and knew that this case must have been done by the Bassini family. In fact, George had already guessed it before coming. Even if it wasn't done by the Bassini family, as the local bosses, they would definitely know something. That's why they arranged dozens of clones to monitor the Bassini family. but I didn't expect that I would get the answer I wanted as soon as I arrived. If it was just to vent his anger, George could go out and destroy the Barzini family now. However, he had planned to use the Barzini family as an example to establish the prestige of Panlong security, so he naturally couldn't let them go so easily. Besides, whether there are other hidden secrets in this matter, it still needs to be re-examined. After all the gang members went out, Barzini drank the last sip of wine in the glass and prepared to get up to take a shower and have a good sleep. After all, although he was young, he didn't sleep all night and was still very tired. But just when he was about to get up, he felt a pain in his neck, and then his eyes went black, and he knew nothing. It was George who flashed behind him just now and knocked Barzini unconscious. After knocking Barzini unconscious, George first carefully observed Barzini's appearance. Then he silently recited the transformation technique, and two Barzini appeared directly in the room. The second one was naturally George. He took out a rope from the space, tied up Barzini, and blocked his mouth. Although there is a chaotic space, it has never been tried whether a living person can be placed in the space. In order not to kill Barzini, it is better to be safe. Let the two clones carry Barzini out of the manor quietly and find a dilapidated hut to keep an eye on. The clone who turned into Barzini appeared outside the living room, and there were still subordinates waiting outside the door. Because the transformation can only change the appearance to be the same as the original body, and there is no memory of the original body, this is not as convenient as the transformation of the alien race Skrulls. That is a strange race that can even copy memories, but it will not come to Earth until the birth of Captain Marvel. But it is not difficult for George. He handed a bottle of more precious whiskey that he had just taken out of the space in the living room to his subordinate and said, "You can take this bottle to my room. I will have 2 drinks later." Then he turned around and went back to the living room. In fact, the birds outside were secretly watching the route of the subordinate's movements. After knowing the location of the bedroom, he walked out of the living room, followed the path the subordinate had just walked to, and returned to the bedroom. Before entering the bedroom, he paused for a moment and said, "Notify all leaders and military advisors to live in my manor these days and not be allowed to be outside. We need to keep a low profile and don't let our guard down." After that, he pushed open the door and walked in. "Okay, master." After the subordinate answered, he helped Barzini close the door and then turned around and left to notify other members of the family. George entered the room and first observed that it was a person living alone, and then he felt relieved, because the most difficult person to deceive is always the person next to you. If Barzini didn't live alone and there was a woman or something, it would be really difficult for George. Anyway, he didn't need to sleep, and after observing for a while and finding no secret door, he sat down on the chair behind the desk in the room. After George arranged for this clone to disguise Barzini in the past few days, he left the manor. Because it was still early, the bank should not be open yet. Therefore, George put his consciousness into the clone guarding Barzini. Barzini slowly woke up from his coma and felt that he was tied up tightly. He tried to break free twice, but found that there was no looseness, so he stopped trying. Just as he was about to raise his head to look around, he heard a voice coming from behind. "Mr. Barzini, are you awake?" Then Barzini saw a pair of shiny leather shoes appear in front of him. Unfortunately, because he was facing down, no matter how much he raised his head, he could only see the other part his knees. "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" "Friend, if you want money, I can pay you a lot of money." As the head of the mafia, Barzini himself has done kidnapping. He knew that if he didn't see the other party's true face and the other party was just asking for money, then he still had a chance to survive. But no matter who it was, if he could get him out of the manor, Barzini knew that he was not someone he could afford to offend. Could it be that the other party wanted to kill the donkey after it had done its work? Barzini didn't dare to think about it anymore and could only keep saying, "Please spare me, I'm willing to pay for my life." Haha, Mr. Barzini is really interesting. Paying for my life? Are you going to use my money to redeem your life? Hearing this, Barzini's heart stomped. He had a vague guess about the identity of the person who brought him out, but he still pretended not to know and said, "I have my own money, friend. As long as you let me go, I won't call the police." Haha, are you still pretending? After saying that, George kicked Barzini on the shoulder with one foot and kicked Barzini 3 meters away and hit the wall. Because he didn't want to kill Barzini yet, he didn't use too much strength, just a clever strength, and helped him turn over by the way. Of course, it must be very painful. However, after Barzini hit his back against the wall, the first thing he did was to close his eyes. Then he made a painful sound of HMM from his mouth. Okay, Mr. Barzini, open your eyes. You are also a patriarch of Mayfair family. Don't let me look down on you. In fact, what Barzini was thinking now was that you should look down on me. Let me close my eyes and there is still hope of survival. If I see the real face, there will be no room for relaxation. Therefore, Barzini still closed his eyes tightly. Since Mr. Barzini doesn't want to be decent, then don't blame me for not giving you decent. After saying that, George took out the rhino pistol that had not been fired many times from the space. He deliberately turned the revolver, making a clicking sound. George found that with the clicking sound, Barzini's eyelids twitched. Let me introduce myself first. Mr. Barzini may have heard of my name. My name is George Orwell, so I think you know the reason why I'm looking for Mr. Barzini. I have only one question. In addition to the Barzini family, there are also those people who took action together. Tell me, I can let you suffer less. If you don't tell me, then you will take the blame for your friends. At this time, Barzini knew that he could not pretend anymore, so he could only open his eyes and said, Mr. Orwell, I'm really sorry, I don't know what you are talking about. Haha, it seems that Mr. Barzini is still a reliable friend. He is still thinking about your friends. I just don't know, after I destroy the Barzini family, will your partners avenge you? After listening, Barzini was stunned. Then he said with fear on his face, Mr. Orwell, I really don't know anything. Please let me go. I'm willing to hand over all my property. Besides, I'm the patriarch of Mayfair family. If you destroy my family, the entire American Mayfair Council will definitely avenge me. This is written in the council charter. Oh, are you threatening me? But it was you who robbed my bank first. Can't I retaliate, even though I have caught the thief red-handed? Haha, I heard clearly the conversation between you and your men before. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55 Panlong Security. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Barzini said, Mr. Orwell, I can tell you everything I know, but please let my family go. After a while, George walked out of the room, and Barzini had been taken into his space. According to Barzini's account, he met a middle-aged man a week ago, and the other party offered him $200,000 to rob Wells Fargo Bank. As for the identity of the middle-aged man, he did not find out afterwards. Moreover, because he had hatred for George, he agreed without hesitation. A week ago, this time was very coincidental. It was the time when the gold mine was announced, it was the time when the oil field was suspected, and even a little earlier, it was the time when penicillin was patented. So there are many things that may be coveted. There will be no shortage of people who covet his property. Since it is not clear who it is for the time being, it is better to list all possible people as suspects. Chop off the outstretched hand first, and then retaliate when there is a chance in the future. After thinking about these things clearly, George came to Wells Fargo Bank openly in the morning. Harry still took him into the building in person. After arriving at the office, George said, Harry, after calling the police, did the police station give any news? No, boss. The police station just sent a few policemen to take a statement, and then asked us to wait for news. Well, don't count on them. It's just a formality. You can contact your own newspaper later and announce that about $5 million were robbed from the bank, and the bank has entrusted Panlong Security to solve the case. The Panlong Security people will arrive in 3 days. You can take them to communicate with the police. I will notify Panlong Pictures and ask them to send someone to make a full record. We can make a movie later. Okay, boss. Go ahead and do your work. Don't worry about me. George didn't expect the local police station to solve the case at the beginning. He even suspected that there would be collusion and involvement by the black police. The first time he destroyed the Jewish gang, he just did it quietly. Now he has a certain strength. So he is ready to take this opportunity to play the Panlong security card. Let those who want to attack him again in the future think carefully. Moreover, Panlong Security has not done anything since its establishment, which is inconsistent with the original intention of its establishment, so it just took this opportunity to make Panlong Security famous. The next day, the San Francisco Times reported the Wells Fargo bank robbery. Harry was also interviewed separately, and Harry also revealed that he had hired Panlong Security. In this era, tens of thousands of dollars are already a lot of money. As soon as the explosive news of the robbery of $5 million came out, the attention of ordinary people shifted to Wells Fargo Bank. In addition, Harry's constant pressure on the mayor of San Francisco has led to the Wells Fargo Bank robbery becoming the most watched event recently. You know, the adverse impact of a bank being robbed is very large. Banks are places where customers keep money, and security is the first priority. But now that banks can't even protect themselves, how can they protect customers' property? So this time, Wells Fargo Bank's approach is completely opposite to the previous bank robbery after the bank was robbed to control public opinion and eliminate the incident. Many people don't understand what Wells Fargo's actions mean. While ordinary people were still wondering who Panlong Security was, the head of the Barsini family at the Barsini Manor was still proud of his covert work, not knowing that the boss of his family had been replaced, and all the members had become targets for George to establish his reputation. 3 days later, Ryan led more than 50 security team members to San Francisco. The next day, Ryan, led by Harry, came to the San Francisco police headquarters. Ryan met Chief Edition. As soon as the two sides met, Chief Ed asked anxiously, "Do you really have any news about the robbers?" "Of course." "Then tell me quickly." Ed has been scolded a lot in the past 2 days. The mayor has ordered to solve the case within half a month. If the robbers are not caught, he will be fired. So he has been under a lot of pressure in the past 2 days. The chief of the branch in charge of that area has been taken down by him directly, just because he accepted money from an unknown man. So when the robbery happened, the police were nearly 10 minutes late. This obvious act of collecting bribes would be fine if nothing serious happened, but that idiot didn't know that it was the headquarters of Wells Fargo Bank. Although it was not a big deal among banks nationwide, it was still a big taxpayer. He was completely scapegoating the other party. "We'll talk about the robbers later. I want to talk to you, Chief Ed, about cooperation first," Ryan said with a smile. "Cooperation? What cooperation?" Chief Ed asked in surprise. "We, Panlong Security, are a formal security company with many arms companies behind us. We have strong strength. We can actually carry out many cooperation projects with the police department. It's not like this robbery case. Panlong Security Company has a strong intelligence collection department that can provide clues to the police station." Ed had to admit that the other party was really powerful. He didn't have any useful clues, except that a middle-aged man bribed the branch chief. For example, all our security personnel are veterans who have fought in World War I and seen blood. They have also received our special skills training and have strong combat capabilities. We can provide the police station with sufficient firepower support to help the police station implement criminal capture operations. As the chief of the police station, Ed naturally knows the difference between soldiers who have seen blood and policemen who are just doing their job. But the police station doesn't have any funds for this. Ed frowned and said, "You can apply to the government. Didn't the mayor say that he would increase investment in public security? I think this is a good opportunity." After thinking for a while, Ed asked Ryan, "Is the information about the robbers accurate? Are you sure you can catch them?" "We are absolutely sure. You can rest assured about this." Ryan gave an affirmative answer. Ed thought for a long time before gritting his teeth and said, "Okay, I will ask the mayor now. If the mayor agrees, the police station is willing to cooperate with your company." Ed's communication with the mayor was very smooth. The mayor has been under a lot of pressure these days. Of course, Wells Fargo has been putting pressure on him, and Georgia's newspaper has been causing public opinion. So, when Ed said that a security company had found the whereabouts of the robbers and hoped to cooperate with the police, the mayor agreed immediately. He must not delay any longer, as he was still thinking about seeking re-election. Anyway, it's okay to spend money to solve the problem. As for whether to spend the money on the police or the security company, it makes no difference to him. If he can successfully solve this robbery, he will not only have the capital to brag to the public, but also be able to gain the trust of capitalists such as Wells Fargo, which will be of great benefit to his re-election. While Ryan was negotiating security business with the police, George also met the cameraman sent by Pan Long Film. These two cameramen were hired directly in Hollywood by the film and television company according to George's needs. They used to be war correspondents and had battlefield experience. After George told the two cameramen the whole thing, the cameramen patted their chests and guaranteed that there was no problem. The man opposite him was his current boss. With his experience as a cameraman on the battlefield, it was no problem for him to shoot a documentary about bandit suppression. However, when George asked for a thrilling video, one of the cameramen named Lena discussed with another cameraman in a low voice for a while and said, "I need 8 cameramen and the most advanced cameras. In addition, we need 16 brave people to carry the cameras for us. No problem, we will equip you with them in the afternoon, and all of them will obey your command." Because cameras of this era have not yet gotten rid of the constraints of tripods, handheld cameras have not yet been invented. This left an impression on George again. He kept this in mind and planned to make a handheld camera when he had time. It was just that the structure was redesigned according to human mechanics, which was not very difficult. Wells Fargo headquarters in the conference room, a group of senior executives of Wells Fargo were in a meeting. Harry, as the president, spoke. "The principle of our Wells Fargo bank is to ensure the safety of customers' property to the greatest extent. We absolutely cannot tolerate anything that damages the safety of customers' property. This matter must be investigated to the end." The shooting ended. Just now, we were shooting the scenes, based on the script written by George. After Wells Fargo was robbed, the bank's leadership worked hard to find out the truth, actively communicated with the police, and communicated with the mayor, to entrust Pan Long Security Company to actively solve the robbery. Of course, there will also be some positive shots of the police and the mayor. When the police chief and the mayor knew that this was a documentary of the incident, they cooperated more with the work. They just asked to see the finished film before allowing the film to be released. George naturally did not refuse this reasonable request. George was going to play the film in major theaters across the United States, which would play a great role in promoting Wells Fargo and Pan Long Security. The next day, at the Barsini family manor, George's clone came to the study early and guarded the only remaining telephone. Why was it the only one left? Because the other telephones had been secretly destroyed by him. This one was left by George to see if anyone would secretly notify the Barsini family. In the afternoon, at the Wells Fargo headquarters, a team of 50 people stood in the square. The uniform black training uniforms, the steel plate bulletproof vests designed by George at the beginning of the establishment of the security company, the place security logo on the chest, the weapon belt around the waist, 2 pistols inserted, and grenades and magazines hanging on the back waist. Most people are equipped with M1 Orwell rifles, and some are holding light machine guns. There were no submachine guns in this era, so Ryan equipped them with light machine guns this time. And everyone is wearing masks. This set of equipment is very similar to the special forces of later generations. Because this set of clothes was specially customized by George according to the special forces uniforms in his memory, but because the fabrics cannot achieve the bulletproof effect of later generations. Apart from anything else, it looks very handsome. This team standing there makes people feel a sense of toughness. This team was trained in the way George remembered, especially after George had the ability of Deadshot in Suicide Squad. The training method was improved. It looks very professional. It was the first time that cameraman Lena saw such a team that was expressly prohibited, which shocked him greatly. He ordered several cameras to shoot from different angles, striving to capture the most majestic side. He also communicated with Ryan and asked him to arrange several sets of training movements to provide materials for subsequent editing. In the square, Ryan accepted an interview with his own reporters on behalf of Place Security, but other reporters who came after hearing the news did not have this treatment. Our Place Security company is a formal security company. All the staff are veterans who have fought bravely for the national interest and made great contributions to world peace. After joining Place Security Company, they have undergone more professional special security skills training before becoming a security personnel of our company. They will continue to serve the safety of the people. After the Wells Fargo bank robbery, we were hired by Wells Fargo to investigate the robbers and finally determined the hiding address of the robbers. And we have contacted the San Francisco Police Department. The two sides have reached a cooperation intention and will launch a capture operation together. I believe that our Place Security Company will also become a force to protect the citizens of San Francisco. After our investigation, we found that, although there were only 8 robbers this time, the criminal gang behind them was quite large. Therefore, in order to completely eliminate the criminals and protect the safety of the people, we will dispatch 5 brigades to ensure the smooth progress of the operation. Let's go. Thank you for the recommendation vote of book friend Enlil1. Thank you. Thank you for the collection of all book friends. Chapter 56, Fame. Following Ryan's order, all 50 security guards boarded the trucks. Several photographers and their assistants followed in different vehicles and kept shooting. The police station also dispatched 20 police officers to follow the security guards in vehicles. So far, Ryan has not revealed the destination to the police station, because George was worried that the police station would be afraid of the reputation of the mafia, or that the San Francisco government departments had a vested interest in the Barsini family. As the largest mafia family in San Francisco, it must have unclear vested interests with some departments, otherwise, it would not be able to achieve this position. The police and Place Security gathered 500 meters away from the Barsini family, and both sides got off and stood together. The gap between the two sides can be clearly seen through their equipment and momentum. Compared with the looseness of the police, the security guards revealed a kind of fierce atmosphere. Ryan called several captains together, took out the layout map of the manor provided by George, and arranged the attack route. Director Ed, accompanied by Harry, also drove here. After seeing this location, his face changed again and again. After seeing Ryan, he took the initiative to walk over, pulled Ryan aside, and said, "Mr. Ryan, are you sure? This is a wealthy area. Where are the robbers you mentioned hiding?" "Chief Ed, don't worry, we are 100% sure. The robbers are from the Bassini family. Now the robbers, including $5 million US, are hiding within their family." "Ryan, sir, are you sure? This is not a joke. You know, the Bassini family is the largest underground mafia family in San Francisco, and they are deeply involved. Although our police station has been checking their information, they are cautious and have not found anything. Moreover, the other family has more people. Can we take it down with just these few people?" "Don't worry, everything is in my plan. This time the Bassini family will be wiped out." Then Ryan motioned the cameraman to come over, shook hands with the police chief, and said to the camera lens, "Those bank robbers are a group of inhumane bandits. The police department lacks firepower. So our security company specially cooperated with the police department. The entire arrest operation is led by our Place Security, and the police are responsible for assistance." Police Chief Ed looked at Ryan and said, "Then let's act." Ryan turned to face the security team and said, "Action." As the order was issued, the action team began to surround the manor, and then quickly moved towards the manor. The filming personnel followed closely behind the team, and the police followed at the back as an auxiliary. In a Lincoln luxury car not far from the manor, the mayor of San Francisco, Harry, the CEO of Wells Fargo Bank, and George. It was the first time that George met the mayor of San Francisco. This time, George invited the mayor of San Francisco to build his own network. The manor is not very large, at most only a dozen acres. As the security team rushed in, the gate was breached first. The two thugs of the Barsini family who were guarding the gate were dealt with by the security personnel before they could react. Two security guards quickly opened the door and met the other team members. The team members who were outflanking from other directions also climbed over the wall and entered. Of course, the cameraman could only enter with the assistance of the security guards. The specially trained snipers looked for advantageous positions. Multiple assault teams continued to advance inwards, followed closely by the photographers, and the police stayed at the outermost perimeter and did not follow up into the courtyard. Bang, 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 a burst of gunfire. The snipers, who were already in position, launched the attack first, killing all the members of the Barsini family and the Manor Villa within their field of vision. The gunfire awakened the other members of the Barsini family. At this time, a man came to George's clone and said, "Sir, we are attacked. Please prepare to retreat." The clone said, "I'm here and I won't go anywhere. Leave 2 people here, and the others go and block it." Following the clone's order, several people rushed out with pistols in hand, but the situation outside was far beyond their expectations. As soon as they came out, they were treated as live targets by the security assaulters and the snipers in the distance, and multiple bullets hit them. The thugs in the house knew the danger outside and started firing at the outside. They probably didn't aim at the outside. There was even a light machine gun that started to fire wildly at the outside. Da-da-da. Bang bang bang. The gunshots were as dense as raindrops. With the bang bang of the sniper on the security team's side, the continuous gunshots of the light machine gun were also interrupted. The commandos immediately seized the opportunity to dodge into the villa. The other team members also rushed into the villa. The photographer also followed the security personnel into the villa. The battle just now was as fierce as on the battlefield. The 2 war reporters had been following the security personnel, trying to shoot more materials. The clone in the villa heard the gunshots that had already hit the door and smiled. He glanced at the cash box piled in the corner and the body of Barzini that was thrown out of the space before the action, and directly untied the clone and disappeared into the study at the moment when the security team rushed into the door. After searching, all the members of the Barzini family who had not surrendered in the villa had been shot dead. Among those who surrendered were the robbers of the bank before. However, according to George's explanation, these few people were not left alive. Report to the commander, the armed men have been killed, and the surrendered personnel have been controlled. Very good, start searching for the robbed cash. Yes, 2 minutes later, the cash that George had put there before was found in the study. And this money was the cash that had been stored in George's space and had not been laundered. After the 5 large boxes of money were opened, the green US dollars inside were revealed. $5 million put together still had a very visual impact. Report to the commander, the money has been found. Very good, continue to search the villa to find out if there are any suspicious people hidden. Understood. The cameraman followed Ryan into the study and saw the cash all over the floor. He directly pointed the camera at the money and gave a big close-up. When the security team carried the money out, the reporters gathered at the door of the manor all raised their cameras and took pictures crazily. Of course, Ryan did not stop these reporters from taking pictures. According to George, such a big event would not be well publicized if only his own newspaper reported it. Reporting from all the reporters in San Francisco together would have a better publicity effect. The reporters, who were brought by the bank, only heard fierce fighting at the gate of the manor at first. When they saw the cash carried out by the security personnel, they knew that the operation had been completed. The reporters gathered around and raised the microphone to ask questions. "Excuse me, is this money the money that was robbed?" A well-informed reporter knew where this place was and asked directly, "Has the Barsini family been completely eliminated? Has anyone surrendered? Why did you place security and enforce the law together with the police? Can you tell me in detail?" Ryan had already made plans for these. He was interviewed with Chief Ed and gave a general introduction to the operation. At the end, he also said, "We have tracked and filmed the entire operation process and will later compile it into a documentary. I believe that everyone will be able to see this film in the cinema soon. And we have also reached a cooperation intention with the San Francisco Police Department. Our place security will serve as a supplementary firepower for the police department in the future to capture some extremely vicious and powerful criminals. In the future, our security company will also become a force to protect the people." In the Lincoln car in the distance, several bigwigs saw all of this. The mayor of San Francisco said, "Today we really saw a good show. Not only was the arrest operation fierce, but George's operation was also very powerful. He took advantage of the opportunity of this bank robbery to establish a safe and reliable image for Wells Fargo Bank and turned Place Security into a star company. I believe that Place Security will definitely become a big company in the future. I'm very willing to see a company like Place that can provide safety services for the citizens of San Francisco grow and develop. George looked at the mayor and said, "The purpose of Wells Fargo Bank and Place Security is to serve the general public, and we are also very happy to see officials like the mayor who are dedicated to serving the people continue to shine for the people." Haha, the two smiled at each other. The next day, all the newspapers in San Francisco were full of news about the Wells Fargo robbery being solved and the Barzini family being completely uprooted. The San Francisco Times opened with a photo of several Place Security members wearing black Special Forces uniforms standing next to the killed members of the Barzini family. The security guards had sharp eyes and revealed a fierce atmosphere. The Place Security labels on their chests were particularly obvious. "This person looks very handsome in his special combat uniform." This photo was reprinted by many newspapers, and many people remembered the name of Place Security. In the text report, the whole story was clearly described. Wells Fargo Bank was robbed by the Barzini family, and many people were killed. The Barzini bandits were extremely brutal. Wells Fargo did not eliminate the news like other banks, but took the initiative to find the newspaper to report it, and commissioned Place Security to collect information about the criminals. Yesterday, PL Security and the San Francisco Police Department raided the Barzini family entrenched in San Francisco. At that time, the battle ended quickly under the advance plan of the security personnel. The cash robbed from the bank has been seized on the spot, which is completely consistent with the cash number provided by the bank. In the end, the reporter used the words of the interview with Ryan. "Tell the citizens of San Francisco that the security company has now reached a cooperation intention with the police department and will become a force to protect citizens in the future." Then Ryan also revealed that there was a cameraman tracking and shooting the entire operation, which will be edited into a documentary to be released across the United States later. Other newspapers are also all reports of yesterday's arrest operation. The selected photos are all Place Security photos of various heroic actions, including shooting and carrying out corpses. Because of Ryan's two interviews, the whole robbery was reported very clearly. Harry announced the robbery to the media before. This largest case in the United States has already caused a sensation across the country and attracted the attention of the public. Now there is the latest development of the matter, which has caused a sensation across the country again. Now the whole United States knows that the Barzini family who robbed Wells Fargo has been shot dead. Wells Fargo has established a safe image of ensuring customers' property in one fell swoop, and the whole United States has also known about this company called Panlong Security. In addition, the documentary was released in the United States later, achieving a more ideal publicity effect. Later, it was revealed that the two companies had the same boss, and this publicity was also planned by this boss. This publicity planning was regarded as a classic case. The following things will naturally be taken over by Place Films. George naturally doesn't care about the box office, mainly because other gains are greater. Although Wells Fargo and the security company are both George's own companies, as independent accounting companies, the two parties still signed a security contract. There are only more than 100 Place Security guards, which cannot meet the security needs of all Wells Fargo branches. George asked Ryan to continue recruiting. According to George's plan, security personnel can be divided into 3 levels in the future. The 3rd level security guards will be strictly trained according to the Special Forces training method given by George. As the basic force of the security company, the best ones can be selected and awarded the UN seed to serve as the 2nd level security guards of the security company. Finally, the best batch will be selected from the 2nd level security guards as the 1st level security guards, who will be the most important sword in George's hand in the future. Chapter 57. Conquering Vito Corleone. While George was arranging security companies and banking business, the Mayfair on the other side was not stable. The first time, nearly 200 Jewish gang members were eliminated. This time, an Italian Mayfair family was eliminated again. Although these people provoked George first, it also caused a serious blow to the dignity of the Mayfair. So this time, someone called the Corleone family directly. Vito, call the committee members. We should have a good meeting to talk about George Orwell. After hanging up the phone, Vito thought about it and called George. The result of the call was that the villa notified George. George then called Vito back. Vito told George that the Mafia was going to hold a meeting and the study was about San Francisco. The two talked on the phone for more than an hour and then agreed to meet in New York and hung up the phone. Due to traffic reasons, it was not so easy for the Mafia Council to hold a meeting of all members. Therefore, the meeting was held in New York half a month later. This left George with plenty of time to prepare. The content of the conversation between George and Vito just now was to test Vito's opinion. George had never thought of developing underground forces before, and he had always adopted a cooperative attitude. However, these two incidents reminded George, and at such a suitable time, George felt that it would be a very good choice if he could conquer all the underground forces at once. Do it as soon as you think of it. At this stage, it is not difficult for George to conquer the entire Mafia Council. After hanging up Vito's phone, George said hello to Ryan and Harry and left San Francisco alone. The next afternoon, George returned to New York. After returning to the villa, George took a shower and rested for a while and then asked the driver to drive to the Corleone Manor. An hour later, in Vito's study, the two sat on both sides of the small table. Vito, what do you think about what I said before? George, I'm still thinking about this matter. Although I know you have some extraordinary skills, there are some things that can't be done with only one or two people. Moreover, it is almost impossible to make all the Mafia families like you by relying on one person's force. Haha, Vito, it seems that I still didn't make it clear. Let's do this, you watch. After saying that, George directly transformed into Vito, sat on the other side of the small table, picked up the wine glass, and took a sip gently. Then, when Vito was still immersed in surprise and didn't react, he changed back again. But this time there were 3 Georges, 2 of whom stood by and greeted Vito. Then, George clapped his hands and woke up Vito, who was stunned. It stands to reason that Vito, as a big boss of the Mafia Council, should not be scared, but as an ordinary person, it is normal to have such a reaction when he sees the person next to him turn into his appearance in an instant. George, what was it just now? Vito asked George as soon as he woke up. Oh, this is a kind of power I have. It's called Yuan Ki, and the transformation into other people and the clone technique you saw are all applications of Yuan Ki. You just said that it is a kind of power, so can others also learn to master this ability? Haha, of course, you can, but you need to be under my guidance. Moreover, the life and death of the person who accepts the power will be controlled by me in the future. Vito, let me tell you this world is not as safe as we see. The underground council you have formed now is not as powerful as you think. It can only be said that you still have some role in the world of ordinary people. If one day you provoke someone who has power like me, then the consequences can be imagined. And I can make you master this power and become extraordinary. Then, Vito fell into thinking for a long time. George did not urge him, but sat aside and drank slowly, waiting quietly. On the other side, Vito actually knew that when George talked to him about conquering the underground forces and showed his ability in front of him, he had no way out. The so-called thinking is just considering the benefits, thinking about what he can get more from it. However, based on his understanding of George, Vito can guess that the sooner he surrenders to George, the more benefits he will get. Therefore, Vito did not delay, but stood up, knelt on one knee, performed a knight's salute, and said with his right hand on his chest, "Dear Mr. Orwell, Vito Corleone leads the Corleone family to offer loyalty to you." Looking at Vito Corleone kneeling on one knee in front of him, George Orwell said majestically, "I accept your and your family's allegiance." Seeing that George Orwell accepted his allegiance, Vito slowly stood up and said, "Mr. Orwell, if there is anything you need me to do, just tell me." George looked at Vito and said, "Then next, let you feel the existence of power first." After speaking, one hand had already touched Vito's brow, and then the vitality slowly ran along the running route for 2 weeks, and finally planted the vitality seed in the Danshan position. Then he taught the precautions, and told him some things, before leaving the Corleone Manor. After seeing George off, Vito returned to the study and felt the vitality in his body. After a while, he called TCO and said, "TCO, go and select 95 of your most reliable subordinates. My chance has come." TCO, as an old man who had followed Vito from the beginning, never disobeyed Vito's words. Just like this time, when he saw Vito's change in attitude towards George, he did not raise his own questions. Instead, he said, "Okay, Vito." Vito did not hide anything from TCO, who had always stood by his side, but told TCO about his loyalty to George, and told him that he would have the opportunity to master George's magical ability in 3 days. TCO had heard about George's extraordinariness from Washington a long time ago, but as a man who was mixed up in the underworld, he would also be very excited to have that kind of power. 3 days later, George arrived at the Place Security Base in New York. Because there are 100 people gathered by the Corleone family this time, Corleone's manor is not very convenient, and considering the subsequent training, George directly put the gathering place at the security base. After personally planting the seeds of vitality for 100 people including TCO, George handed over the task of training these people to the original security team members. For these personnel, George only plans to let them learn the art of substitution to improve their survival ability. As for the art of transformation and clone, George will only teach it to the core figures of the family like Corleone and TCO. After all, George will rely on these people to manage the underground forces in the future, and the differences in superiority must be reflected. Moreover, George will not teach these abilities at one time, but will slowly grant them as rewards according to the situation. Only in this way can we better manage our subordinates with a big stick in one hand and a big date in the other. Thanks to the book friend NLOL1 for the recommendation vote. Thank you. Thank you for the collection of all book friends. Chapter 58 Paper Publication. The next day, after dealing with the Corleone family, George received a call from Osborn, asking him to return to school as soon as possible. The next day, George returned to school and went to Osborn's office as soon as possible. After Osborn saw that it was George who knocked on the door and came in, he took out a magazine directly. At this time, the magazine was still in the style of a newspaper. Turning to the first page, it published a research paper on penicillin-related topics with George as the first signature. George took the magazine and looked at the name of the magazine first. It was indeed a medical magazine that was also very famous in later generations. Although the location of this magazine is in Amsterdam, the Netherlands, as one of the 4 top medical journals in later generations, the influence of the Lancet is unimaginable. The Lancet is one of the oldest and most respected peer-reviewed medical journals in the world. It is mainly published by Elsevier Publishing Company and partially co-published with Reed Elsevier Group. Founded by Thomas Weekly in 1823, the journal publishes original research articles, review articles, panel discussions and reviews, editorials, book reviews, short research articles, and other articles that are often published in the journal, such as special issue news and case reports. Adhering to the highest standards of medical science, the Lancet has set very high standards for academic research publication, and only publishes the best research papers by scientific scholars. The Lancet has a high impact factor in the world, so it has an important group of readers to support it. The Lancet Medical Journal is regarded as a core comprehensive medical journal. All these make the Lancet one of the C journals with the highest impact factor, and its influence in the medical community even exceeds that of Nature and Science. This shows how rare it is to be on the Lancet. And for George, the value of being recognized is also very significant. At least according to Osborn, this will be a great help for the current application of penicillin patents. Congratulations, George. Osborn looked at the young man in front of him and had to admire and sighed his talent. Although the entire experiment was carried out by myself, it was because of this that I understood the role of this young man in the experiment. From the proposal of the topic, to the research direction, to the research steps, all the problems encountered, and the ways to solve the problems, all were solved by the young man in front of me. It can be said that, even if any biological researcher is replaced, they can cooperate to carry out this experiment. It is a complete luck for me to become the second signatory to participate in the epoch-making research of penicillin. Haha, I should say congratulations to us. The success of this research is not just my own credit, but the result of our joint efforts. This is inseparable from the support of the school and you, Professor. George returned. Osborn shook his head and said, "Thank you, George. I know how much I have contributed to this research. But thank you for giving me this opportunity." Haha, Mr. Osborn, it's too early to say this. There is still a lot of work to be done next. Let's keep working hard. Haha, okay, let's keep working hard next. However, Mr. Osborn, I have an idea. I don't know if it's convenient to say it. George, if you have any ideas, you can just say it directly. Well, it's like this, Mr. Osborn. I want to set up a private biological research center, and I would like to invite you to join. Of course, you don't have to worry about the funding. I will provide the best research equipment and sufficient research funds. Let me think about it, and I'll give you an answer. Okay, Mr. Osborn. In fact, the current research on penicillin has basically been completed. The next step is to study how to extract and produce penicillin quickly, safely, and in large quantities. George, who has memories of this aspect, has already made up his mind. Just like what I said before, George will not announce these things for the time being before the patent is obtained. After coming out of the laboratory, George returned to the apartment next to the school and directly notified his newspaper office by phone, asking them to come over tomorrow to do an exclusive interview with the entire laboratory. This includes himself, of course. George still needs such a talisman. The next day, George was interviewed as the first signer of the paper. The newspaper on the third day also reported penicillin in great detail. Because of the information George prepared in advance, the newspaper reported the application prospects of penicillin in a comprehensive manner. With George's own newspaper reports and other newspapers competing to report, George once again caused a huge uproar in the United States. Under George's instruction, the title of father of penicillin gradually appeared on George's head. Of course, in subsequent interviews, George still openly expressed his disapproval of this title, and repeatedly stated that it was the joint efforts of the school and Osborn and other colleagues that made the achievement. With the continuous publicity of the newspaper, more people have seen different interests from different angles. On the second day after the report appeared, the Morgan family, the Rockefeller family, and DuPont company called George separately and expressed their willingness to cooperate. George did not refuse forcefully, but expressed his willingness to cooperate, but the specific cooperation still needs to wait for some time. After all, the patent has not yet been issued. In the following period of time, the storm caused by penicillin continued. Osborn and George kept giving paper reports at various universities. The newspapers also dug out George's history of making a fortune one by one. It can be said that George is now definitely the most popular upstart in the United States. Of course, some people have questioned George's academic ability, but they were impressed by George's rich knowledge reserves in one discussion after another. Although George often left school to deal with company affairs, the knowledge brought back by his clones who went to study in the library was solid. It can be said that in terms of knowledge reserves, he is no less than any university professor. In this way, the day before the Underground Power Council was held, George asked Osborn for leave in advance, saying that the company had something to do, and left the exchange seminar between schools in advance. George first took a car to the place security base, and Ryan had already rushed back from San Francisco. Of course, he was the only one who came back, and the security personnel he had brought there before stayed in San Francisco. However, the remaining security forces at the base were enough to solve the problem. There were also 100 people from the Corleone family who were transferred here for training as auxiliary. In the strategic research room of the security company, Ryan and TCO were looking at a hand-drawn layout map. Ryan drew a circle at a location with a charcoal pencil. "Start the attack from here." George smiled and said, "This time the requirement is not to eliminate them all. It is better to knock them all out. After all, these people may be our own people in the future." The meeting address and the house layout map were of course provided by Vito Corleone, the Italian mafia leader. Ryan looked at George and asked, "Next, should we ambush them in advance and subdue them as soon as they come in?" George smiled and said, "Don't worry, wait until they all go in, lurk from the outside, and let me see the effect of these team members' training in the past 6 months. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you down." George looked at the layout map on the table, smiled and said, "I look forward to their performance tomorrow." Chapter 59. Catch them all. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the evening, a small manor in the suburbs of New York, where the Mayfair Council was held, Vito Corleone walked into the meeting hall with Tessio. When other family patriarchs and military advisors saw Vito coming in, many of them stood up to greet him. "Vito, business is good recently, right?" someone asked with a smile. "Yes, very good. The most lacking thing in the market now may be wine," Vito said with a smile. The patriarch of the Cunha family next to him smiled and said, "We all know that, Vito. You have made a lot of money recently." Haha. Several other families who cooperated with Vito also laughed together. Haha, it's just that the opportunity is better. Tessio followed behind Vito and felt respected. These family patriarchs showed more respect for Vito Corleone. In the last committee meeting, Vito Corleone was just an ordinary family patriarch in the Italian Mayfair, but now he has become the leader of the Italian Mayfair. Tessio knew that this was all the influence of the wine business. Feeling the power flowing in his body, and the 100 players like him, Tessio unconsciously straightened his back. The Corleone family can have the current strength, which can be said to be entirely due to George Orwell. The leaders of the newly formed Jewish gang, the patriarch of the Irish family, and the leaders of the black gangs all looked unhappy when they saw the harmonious Italian Mayfair families. Philip, the patriarch of the Irish family, was the rotating chairman, and he sat in the chairman's seat. The other family patriarchs sat in their seats and the meeting began. Philip glanced at the 20 or so patriarchs present, glanced at the last empty seat, and said, "You should have noticed that our committee is missing a member. And this is the second time a member has been killed." Everyone looked at the empty seat at the same time, and then turned to Sadie, the patriarch of the new Jewish gang family. They all knew that Philip was talking about Bassani of San Francisco and the previous Jewish gang patriarch, and they all knew why this committee was held today. Philip said with a sullen face, "Someone has killed our congressman twice. I think everyone knows who it is. It is George Orwell who has been in the limelight recently." The Jewish gang and the Bassani family are both members of the committee. When the committee was established, the charter we formulated clearly stated that the committee's responsibility is to resolve disputes within the family and establish an alliance between attackers and defenders. If there are external forces that infringe on our interests, we must work together to deal with the enemy. Now that internal gang members have been killed twice, I have called everyone here to discuss how to deal with this matter. My opinion is to directly deal with the place security members and George Orwell who took action. After Philip finished speaking, he looked at everyone. Sadie, the patriarch of the new Jewish gang, continued, "I support Philip's suggestion. These two incidents have dealt a serious blow to the prestige of our parliament. It has caused serious damage to our Jewish gang. The meaning of the existence of the parliament lies in this. We must go to war." The atmosphere in the conference room began to be a little silent. The patriarchs who can sit here are not fools, and they all know about George and his place security. Everyone knows who is involved in this matter. Is it so easy to retaliate against George and his security company? Let alone other things. The strength shown by place security is not something that any of their families can match. Of course, they are the Mayfair, and shooting from behind is their means of doing things, but that is a single person on the other side. The other side is a security company, which is professional, so who will make up for the losses? What's more, George is not only a young man now, he is also the youngest billionaire, the most talented scientist and a bunch of other dazzling identities. Therefore, if you retaliate against George at this time, you may become a gun for someone, and be used in vain. So no one else spoke, and many of them looked at Vito Corleone intentionally or unintentionally. Vito looked at Philip calmly and said, "Is the reason we retaliated against George and his security company what you said? Of course, isn't that enough? Of course not. Don't forget that the charter of our parliament is aimed at underground forces, and George and his security company are not gang organizations. Moreover, as far as I know, they didn't occupy the chassis, right? Just like Renault, wasn't it taken back by Chief Sadie in the end?" The most important thing is that the previous actions of the Jewish gang and the Barsini family were personal grudges, and George Orwell took the initiative to provoke them. The Barsini family was identified as bank robbers by the police and then commissioned to place security to destroy them. The Han gang boss on the other side said, "Yes, that's the news we received. The Barsini family robbed the bank, and then the police intervened and cooperated with place security to eliminate the Barsini family." The others around him nodded, indicating that it was indeed the case. Everyone knew that it was definitely not a good idea to go looking for trouble with George at this time. Seeing that most of the clan leaders agreed, Vito looked at Philip and Sadie, the clan leader of the Jewish gang next to him, smiled contemptuously, and said, "Besides, do you really know what kind of person you are going to provoke? You don't know what you are talking about." Philip saw Vito Corleone's contemptuous smile, frowned and said, "Clan leader Vito, what do you mean?" At this time, a hand was placed on Philip's shoulder, and a young voice suddenly sounded behind him. He means that you are not worthy of being my opponent." Time goes back to 2 minutes ago. The place security team members who arrived outside the small manor in advance, under the cover of the night, wore a black training uniform, which played a very good hiding effect. And because they don't have to take into account people's eyes, they can directly deploy their skills with full strength. So imagine a scene where 50 ninjas who have reached the level of genin attack ordinary people from different directions. Outside the conference room, the people brought by the underground families were subdued before they could react. Some thugs were knocked unconscious without even seeing the shadow of a person. It can only be said that an ordinary person has no resistance at all when facing a trained genin level armed personnel. The reaction speeds of the two were not at the same level. Therefore, after taking down everyone, except those in the conference hall, George walked into the small manor. After giving the order to instantly subdue everyone in the house, except Vito and TCO, George first appeared behind Philip with the teleportation technique. As soon as George spoke, he was discovered by the people who had been brought by the patriarchs of other families in the house. These people were ready to take out the weapons they had hidden on their bodies at the first time, but before they could make any moves, they all felt a cold object against their heads. Everyone instantly stopped trying to reach into their clothes and sat still. As for what was behind their heads, everyone could see from behind the others that the objects behind their heads were all guns. At this time, the door of the conference room was opened, and another team of people quickly entered, quickly searching for all the weapons hidden on the bodies of all the subdued people, and stacking them on the conference table. George waved his hand, and asked the team members with guns behind him to put away their pistols and stand aside. At this time, except for Philip, everyone else had seen the person who had just spoken. It was the most famous young man in the United States who had appeared frequently in newspapers recently, the person our group had just talked about, George Orwell. Chapter 60. I came, I conquered. Vito and TCO also stood up at this time, knelt on one knee to give George a knight's salute, then stood up and walked aside. George patted Philip's shoulder again, looked at the clan leaders, and said, "I heard that you are going to discuss how to deal with me, so I came to see what you have to retaliate against me as you said. Haha, relying on this Mujo that has just been allowed to be free." After that, a finger shot directly opened a hole in the black man's forehead. This move directly scared the other clan leaders present. Or relying on these guns, George then picked up a pistol on the table and fired a shot at his palm. With a bang, all the big guys were shocked, but all eyes were on George's palm. George slowly opened his palm, and a yellow and deformed bullet was held in George's palm. George's palm slightly tilted, and the bullet fell on the table with a clang, which was clearly seen by everyone. At this time, the clan leaders of the underground forces who were shocked by George's appearance at the beginning finally understood what Vito Corleone meant by "Do you know what kind of person you are provoking?" Yes, what kind of person are they going to provoke? A monster? Even Philip did not dare to say anything. He just looked at Sadie, the pale clan leader of the new Jewish gang. If he had not found him, promised to give him huge financial benefits, and supported him to take over the San Francisco chassis, he would not have stood up and taken the initiative to be an enemy of George. Now that he has not received the benefits, he will probably die. Sadie on the other side is even more resigned to his fate. He had previously asked Philip, the rotating chairman of the underground power parliament, to retaliate against George, and Philip would definitely not keep it a secret for him. Therefore, his result is obvious. George threw the pistol into the pile of weapons and said, "Only power that can be mastered is real power, and you know nothing about power, and even less about this world. These people are the ones who have mastered power." After saying that, George pointed to the people who came in without saying a word, wearing black training uniforms and black masks. The eyes of the others also turned to the group of people who had just pointed guns at them. George only heard them say clone technique. The group of people stretched out their hands together, pinched the seal, and directly conjured up a black-clad man dressed in the same way beside them. At this time, the big guys who had not made a sound before couldn't help but exclaimed. Vito, who was standing next to him, also said at this time, "You see, this is a way of cultivation that we have never come into contact with before. Through cultivation, we can master this kind of power." After saying that, he jumped up. Although Vito's training time was relatively short, the training of more than 10 days still had some effect, and the transformation of energy on the body's reaction speed was still quite obvious. At least, Vito's jump reached 2 meters easily. The heads of several families who had always had a good relationship with Vito also asked, "Vito, have you mastered this power?" "Yes, after the boss's teaching, I now have vitality, and I will become stronger with my future training." This group of heads can see several things from George's series of actions when he came in, and Vito Corleone's answer just now. First, and the most critical point, George did not intend to kill everyone, otherwise he would not have made so many actions after coming in, and he would have just shot directly. Second, Vito Corleone has already pledged allegiance to the young man in front of him. This meeting should also be revealed by Vito, but there is no need to blame him now. Third, this ability that is displayed can be obtained through practice, and the price is probably to pledge allegiance to the young man in front of him like Vito. Everyone present is smart, and they can figure out what's going on in a blink of an eye. Besides, their lives are still in the hands of others, so there is no room for choice. Philip, who had always been very eager to survive, immediately seized this chance to survive. He knelt on one knee, put his right hand on his chest, lowered his head and said, "I, Philip Lashaw, am willing to be loyal to you, and will die for you in the future." George looked at Philip, who was kneeling on one knee, and said, "I accept your loyalty, and give you strength." After that, he walked in front of Philip, put one hand on his shoulder, and planted the vitality seed in Philip's body. Then, the other family patriarchs also offered their loyalty to George and swore allegiance. After George accepted all the loyalty and planted the vitality seeds, he slowly came to the pale Jewish gang patriarch Sadie, who also knelt on one knee at this time, looking like he was swearing allegiance. George said, "I accept your loyalty and forgive your previous mistakes, but I ask you not to betray in the future and only obey me. Can you do it?" "Yes, I offer my loyalty and die for you. From now on, I will only obey you." Sadie lowered his head and said. George also put his hand on his shoulder and planted the vitality seed in his body. After finishing everything, he glanced at everyone and said, "From now on, the underground parliament will be renamed the High Table Parliament. I will be the speaker, Vito will be the vice speaker, and the patriarchs of your 21 families will be the elders. I require you to control all underground forces. Vito will arrange the specific division of forces. If you have any problems, report to Vito first. I will train 20 masters to grant vitality seeds for each of your families. Finally, I warn you that once you accept the vitality seeds, your life and death will be controlled by me in the future." After hearing George's words, Vito Corleone immediately knelt on one knee and recited the oath of allegiance again. Others also followed Vito Corleone and recited the oath of allegiance. At George's signal, everyone sat down at the conference table again, and this time George naturally sat in the chairman's seat. In the next meeting, George watched Vito arrange the division of territories for each family. According to the principle of proximity, basically each family needs to control the underground forces of 2 states. Of course, it is impossible for these families now, but the plan still needs to go on. It can only develop slowly, and in the end it will definitely reach the situation that George wants. In George's vision, The future High Table Council will directly control 21 families, and these families will control 2 states, and then these families will divide the power of the states below and assign them to the gangs below for management. The 21 families controlled by the High Table are like a platform, just taking commissions and not participating in any specific actions. Then imitate the work in George's memory in his previous life, and you can set up a killer organization by the way. In this way, George achieves his goal of completely controlling the underground forces in the United States through layers of power networks. Of course, George will also give orders to everyone in the conference room to conceal everything that happened tonight. George does not have the means to control people's hearts yet, and can only use force to intimidate them for the time being, threatening them with their lives to keep secrets. This method cannot fully guarantee the loyalty of everyone, because people's hearts are unpredictable. Chapter 61 Revenge. From this night on, the underground world will be different, but for many people, nothing seems to have changed. The meeting lasted for more than 2 hours before it ended. Here, only some general plans were made, and there were more specific details that needed to be discussed slowly. Like Ryan, George did not arrange for them to take any position in the High Table Council this time, because as a security company, they can play a greater role. After the meeting, George left Sadie alone. Looking at Sadie, who was sitting at the bottom of the seat with her head down and keeping silent, George said, "Sadie, I want to know, this time you joined forces with Philip, and that nigga to use the underground forces to retaliate against me. Was it your own idea, or was there someone else behind it?" Hearing George's blunt question, Sadie immediately stood up from the chair, knelt on one knee to George and said, "Dear Speaker, I dare not deceive you. Someone found me and gave me the idea behind this action. The force that was wiped out in Reno before was the largest force developed by our Jewish gang. After I took over the remaining forces, some old subordinates encouraged me to avenge them, but I knew that the person or force that could eliminate everyone in such a short time was not something I could provoke, so I never agreed. Until this time the Bassini family incident happened again. They found me again and asked me to join forces with other families to use the entire underground force to retaliate against you. Philip was bribed by me with the territory of San Francisco and a large sum of money handed over by those people, and agreed to hold this parliament. I ask for forgiveness, Speaker. It was George's request that these people call themselves speakers. In the future, when people mention the leader of the underground forces, they will only mention the speaker, not George Orwell. Just like the Kingpin in Marvel, many people know that the underground emperor who controls New York is Kingpin, but they don't know Wilson Grant Fisk. Don't underestimate a title. Sometimes it is also a layer of protection. Well, don't worry, since I have accepted your loyalty just now, I will not punish you for this matter. On the contrary, if you hadn't actively instigated the convening of the underground parliament, I wouldn't be able to take you all down at once. Haha, you still have merit. Then I'll give you time to investigate this matter clearly and see if these people are really nostalgic or if someone has ulterior motives and is being used by others. Ryan will bring people to assist you in the investigation. Is there any problem? Of course there is no problem. I will definitely do this well. I will definitely dig out all the people. Sadie promised. Well, just do your job with your heart. Okay, you stand up. You and Ryan will handle the following matters. George said. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Sadie stood up and bowed to George. George smiled slightly as he watched Sadie walk out with Ryan. In George's heart, he didn't have much hope for Sadie and his team's investigation to be successful, since the other party didn't find Sadie directly, but instigated from the side. It means that the other party is very cautious. Sadie's return investigation this time will inevitably alarm the other party. However, it's not bad to startle the snake. At least it can give a warning. George has a rough guess about the person who made the move. If he really wanted to investigate quietly, George would come by himself. Because of the deep-rooted relationship of the other party in the United States, and without solid evidence, George couldn't go directly to the door. This is different from the Bassini family. This kind of family is an underground gang force after all. Like George this time, as long as he operates well, not only will there be no trouble, but he can also get positive returns. The forces behind the scenes are different. They are not simple families at any level. Speaking of the forces that made the move, it can actually be easily guessed. Because looking at George's recent business, it can be roughly guessed which force has a conflict with him. Speaking of George's business, it is now mainly in the military industry, banking, and the basically determined oil industry. Gold mines, the recently developed penicillin, and the business of General Motors are also a big benefit. And there are not many families that can swallow these. The Rockefeller family, the Morgan family, and the DuPont family are very consistent with these characteristics. Among these three families, George's suspicion is the DuPont family. This is not only related to the DuPont family's style of doing things, but also to George's own business. First of all, from the DuPont family's style of doing things, no one would think that the largest gunpowder supplier in the United States during World War I was a docile and kind family, right? And starting from Winchester Company, George's business actions began to threaten the DuPont family. Because after the new CEO took over Winchester Company, he actively expanded the scale of the company. After receiving George's new weapons and financial support, he was still actively cooperating with the Southern Gunpowder Company and wanted to acquire this company. Although this is a threat to the DuPont family, which made its fortune with gunpowder, it is not serious. Once again, it was the matter of General Motors. It can be said that George used the batteries and several patents he had to directly obtain the fruits that the DuPont family had intended. He became another major shareholder of General Motors. This time, although the DuPont family finally achieved the result of controlling General Motors, that part of the shares was taken away by George. With the achievements of George's Lincoln Company, as well as businesses such as gold mines and penicillin, injection molding machines, etc., it can be said that it has begun to surpass the DuPont family, which has been developing slowly in recent years. Especially when George is interested in entering the steel and oil industries, the valuation given to George by Wall Street has greatly exceeded that of the DuPont family, which has been developing for nearly 100 years. Because the overall valuation of the DuPont family last year was only about $400 million US, and George's gold mine is valued at more than that. If George has problems in business or personal safety, as the largest shareholder of General Motors, there are ways to eat the biggest piece. The Morgan family is of course also suspected, but as one of the families behind the Federal Reserve, although the Morgan family is also jealous of George's gold mine, the meat is rotten in the pot. As long as George develops in the United States, they can always drink that soup. Another suspect is the Rockefeller family. The Rockefeller family, which made its fortune in the earliest oil war, is not a good family either. However, as a family with the most advanced oil technology and great influence in the political arena, the Rockefeller family is confident that they can reach a cooperation with George and obtain benefits through formal channels. Moreover, the huge strength that the Rockefeller family now possesses in the medical field is also the reason why they have the confidence to eat this piece of cake. Therefore, at this stage, while George continues to embody his value and grow his wealth, only the DuPont family has not benefited from it, but has suffered a loss. Therefore, George is most suspicious of the DuPont family. However, in the final analysis, there is no direct evidence that it was the DuPont family who did it, and the other two families cannot completely clear their suspicions, so George adopted the approach of stirring up trouble. Many things can be left for the future. George, who owns the Chaos Pearl, believes that victory must be on his side. As George stepped into the darkness, the underground world ushered in a new king. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62 Legacy. The next day, George returned to the exchange team and continued to follow Osborne to attend the college exchange meeting. The school did not expect that the laboratory could achieve such results this time. The reason why George's laboratory application was approved before was that the experiment was funded by George himself, and the school only provided the venue. Even the small team led by Professor Osborne was hired by George. The current MIT is not the MIT of later generations, so it is very proud to have achieved such a huge achievement in medical research, which can greatly enhance the influence of the school. MIT will certainly make full use of this opportunity to communicate more with surrounding universities. Other universities also want to promote the development of their own disciplines through exchanges. Not only that, even some well-known European universities have sent invitations to invite Osborne and George to study and exchange. It's just that Osborne and George still have some things to deal with, so they are going to Europe temporarily. However, Osborne has informed George to get ready and is expected to go to the UK in April to exchange with Cambridge University. As for why he told George so much in advance, of course it was because George is not only an ordinary student now, but also a billionaire. His time is very precious, and it is impossible to arrange him like an ordinary student. While George continued to follow Professor Osborne to attend exchanges, an unexpected phone call came to George's hotel. "What did you say? A lawyer wants to see me? Or about the inheritance?" George asked in surprise when he heard the words on the other side of the phone. "Yes, sir, that gentleman told us so I contacted you," the maid in the New York villa replied. "Okay, I see. I will go back tomorrow." George hung up the phone after saying that, but he still didn't let go of his doubts. Because in George's memory, there seemed to be no relatives on both sides of his parents. Maybe because he had been in a daze since he was a child, his parents didn't tell him about this. There were no photos of other relatives in his family, so he could only go back and take a look. In his previous life, he had seen relatives come to his house after he became famous, but he had never seen anyone inherit an inheritance after he became famous. After telling Professor Osborne in the evening, George asked the driver to drive back to New York the next day. Fortunately, the university for this exchange was near New York, so he drove here by himself. That afternoon, George returned to New York and got the address left by the lawyer from the maid. New York Plaza Hotel Cafe. George met the lawyer Luke Jackson, who claimed to be from the UK. After they sat down, they ordered a cup of coffee respectively, and then George said, "Hello, Lawyer Luke Jackson, I'm George Orwell. I heard that you have something to give me." "Yes, Mr. Orwell. I have a legacy from your grandmother Mary ZHU Swinton that needs to be handed over to you. Originally, I wanted to confirm whether you are the son of Kayla Swinton. However, it seems that this step is not so necessary now, and your experience is too easy to check now. I'm very sorry, Lawyer Luke. This is the case. Before I was 16, my health was not good, so my parents did not tell me about other relatives, so I don't know much about the British grandmother. So, if you can, please tell me more about the situation there." George asked. "Okay, of course. But I don't know much. I only met the old lady in her last period of time, and then heard her talk about your family." Half an hour later, George learned the general situation from Luke. It turned out that this was another cliched story of a rich girl falling in love with a commoner and running away from marriage. However, before his parents fell in love, his mother had already been engaged, and the other party was also a European noble. Therefore, George's mother's escape from marriage brought shame to the two noble families. This is also the reason why George's grandmother has not come to find her daughter for so many years. But blood is thicker than water. How can the old man not miss his only daughter? So he sent people to the United States to find George's mother. But because of the face of the nobles, he did not take his daughter back. But the old man also knew about the existence of George, who has his own blood. So in the last period of time, the old man made a will and left all the inheritance to the only heir, George Orwell. The surname of the Swent family is a traditional British aristocratic surname, which is said to be traceable to around 900 AD. It is a descendant of the ancient Anglo-Scottish family, and its history is 100 years longer than that of the current British royal family Windsor. Luke didn't know much about George's grandfather, only that his grandfather was from the country in the east. Luke didn't know the specific name. However, George knew from his grandmother's name that his grandfather's surname should be ZHU. This also explains why George, who has a head of blonde hair, has a pair of black pupils. The inheritance includes a small town named Svent and an earldom. Yes, an earldom with a fiefdom. Of course, the legal documents in George's hand only represent George's eligibility to inherit. Specifically, George needs to go to the UK in person to handle the relevant procedures and then be granted by the royal family in person to obtain the inheritance in full. After hearing this, George completely trusted Luke's words. Because George, who has the memory of the future, has known all kinds of fraudulent means. And the inheritance brought by Luke also needs George to go to the UK in person to handle it, so it is impossible to be fake. After talking to Luke about some issues about the inheritance, the two left separately. However, when leaving, Luke warned George that, under normal circumstances, the British royal family will hold a unified knighthood ceremony for those who need a knighthood in July every year. And the inheritance tax also needs to be paid within half a year. Sitting in the car on the way home, looking at the inheritance certificate in his hand, George raised the corner of his mouth inexplicably. Because the trip to Europe was originally in his plan. And since he got the 3 major oil fields in Texas, he has been thinking about a rich land, the Persian Gulf. This land is still a British colony, so George's original plan was to use his ability to slowly seek this land. However, this plan is not easy. After all, the area of land involved is too large. But now with this identity, everything is different, and there is a lot of room for operation. After returning home and having a good night's rest, George received a call from Ryan the next day, reporting to him the results of the investigation of the incident. As expected, just like George, after Ryan and his team rushed back to Reno and controlled those people, they learned from them that someone had found them and bribed them with money. When Ryan led people to find that person, they found that the person had committed suicide. According to Ryan's description, coincidentally, this person looks the same as the person behind the bank robbery at that time. It was this person who found Bassini and bribed Bassini to let them rob Wells Fargo Bank, and it was also this person who bribed the chief of the police station in the area to let them delay the police. The clues ended here, and after this person died, someone quickly got the news. Someone in the dark felt heavy in his heart. This time, the person who committed suicide was just a role he put forward to explore the way for George. If it succeeds, it will be the best, but if it fails, someone will bear the consequences. He will not implicate his family. However, through other channels, he learned that George seemed to have conquered the Jewish gang, which increased George's strength, and he could not find out anything more specific. This also made him feel annoyed. After being alerted, it would not be so easy to deal with George next time. Of course, George did not know about these things behind the scenes. However, after George knew that the clues were temporarily broken, he did not blame them, but only asked them to continue to slowly investigate, based on this person's social background and social circle, and this time he would focus on slowly visiting in secret. After dealing with the things over there, he learned that all the gangster families had sent people to New York and lived in the security base. George roughly calculated that it had been about 10 days since the underground meeting, which was enough time for them to mobilize manpower. George hung up the phone after he told Ryan to come back after arranging things over there. Then George spent the next 2 days at the security base. Although the loss of planting vitality seeds for others can be restored almost instantly, there are too many people. With more than 200 people, it took George 2 days to get it done. Chapter 63 Double Happiness. Time passed quickly, and it was April in a blink of an eye. George spent this time actively getting to know professors from various universities and communicating with them. Because George found that communicating with these people could help him quickly integrate and sort out the knowledge he had learned from the library, which was very important. George had rarely asked about the company's affairs recently. This was due to the decision to keep the founders when the merger was made. People like Boeing and Aaron were all elites in the industry, much better than George, a layman. So after George handed over the company's affairs to them, he basically stopped asking about management matters. On this day, George received a notice from the school that the relevant patent certificates for penicillin had been sent, and George had to go and pick them up himself. When George heard the news, he was also excited. George's purpose of going to college was to find a suitable source for these related patents. He started planning since he entered college, and now he has finally achieved his expected goal. Thinking of the huge benefits brought about by this, even George, who has billions of wealth, couldn't help but feel a little excited. The next day, the president of MIT personally invited George to attend the celebration party. As soon as George entered the banquet hall, he was noticed by the president and Professor Osborne. The two came to George and greeted him. As the organizer and the protagonist of the banquet, the actions of the two people naturally attracted the other people who had been around them. At this time, the president invited George to come to the high steps of the banquet and applauded to attract everyone's attention. Welcome everyone to MIT to attend tonight's celebration. Let me welcome the protagonists of tonight. After saying that, he stretched out his hand to gesture to Osborne's research team and George and others, and took the lead in applauding. George, Osborne and others raised their glasses to gesture to everyone. Then the applause suddenly rang out, and it didn't end until the president gestured with both hands. Then next, let's enjoy a wonderful night. Cheers. After saying that, he took the lead in drinking the cocktail in the glass. The banquet officially began, and George just saw an acquaintance in the crowd, Henry Sturgis Morgan, and a beautiful lady beside him. This young master of the Morgan family was introduced by young Morgan at the last banquet. The two are of the same age. George has a good impression of Henry, and his treatment of people makes people feel that he is not so strong. After the free activities, George said hello to some professors around him and walked towards Henry. Hello, Henry. I didn't expect to see you here tonight. Hello, ma'am. George raised his glass and clinked it with Henry Morgan's glass. Haha, congratulations, George. I came here tonight to congratulate you. Henry replied. Haha, thank you. After that, the two of them took a sip of the wine in their glasses. But, George, why don't you see your female companion? Haha, Henry, you are teasing me again. You know, I'm not yet 18 years old. So in such a formal occasion, I don't want to be written about by reporters. That's true. By the way, let me introduce you to Ginny Morgan, my sister, a freshman at Harvard University. Ginny, this is George Orwell. I don't need to introduce him to him. After listening to Henry's words, George looked at the attractive and beautiful woman next to him, then gentlemanly took the other's hand, kissed the back of her hand gently and said, "Welcome beautiful lady, it's an honor to meet you." The other party smiled reservedly and said, "I'm also honored." Then the three of them had a friendly exchange in a corner of the banquet. By the time the banquet was about to end, George and Ginny were already familiar with each other. Ginny also invited George to visit her at Harvard University next door when he was free. George felt very good about Ginny, young, beautiful, and sexy. If there was a chance, George would not mind getting in touch with her more. After leaving contact information, George and Henry agreed to meet the next day, and then they went home. Tonight, George certainly would not simply think that Henry was just here to congratulate him. Now that the patent has been obtained, according to the previous agreement with the school, George has the economic benefits of all patents. And before, many families including the Rockefeller and Morgan families called to express their willingness to cooperate. George is not bragging, he is definitely better than others in grasping the future, of course, except for the big guys like Guyi who have been in contact with time. These people are not interested in the money of mortals. So in the society of ordinary people, as long as you don't offend the public and abide by certain rules, you will definitely grow and develop. But whether you can transcend and become an existence above the major cheebles depends on the time. At this stage, if you only want to eat alone and kill others, if you don't hype well, you may be attacked by everyone. George doesn't have the strength to eat alone now, so George is also considering partners. After all, the benefits of penicillin are too great. After careful consideration, George finally chose two partners. One is the Morgan Consortium and the other is the Rockefeller family. Not only because these two families have what he wants, but also because of the discord between the two families. This discord is not only because they belong to different political parties, but also because the two families have conflicts in some business. Of course, everything in America is about money, and cooperation with these two companies can only slightly balance the future management. So after communicating with Henry the next day, the two returned to New York. Of course, Henry only listened to the negotiations as a Morgan family, and the formal negotiations were still conducted by his father in person. The three parties finally reached a cooperation agreement with Rockefeller. The new pharmaceutical company is responsible for the production of penicillin and subsequent research and development. George provided technology and subsequent R&D guidance, accounting for 60% of the shares. The Rockefeller family accounted for 25% of the shares, responsible for the subsequent R&D personnel and all equipment, etc. And the Morgan family accounted for 15% of the shares, responsible for the capital construction of the factory. These shares were exchanged by the two families in exchange for part of Standard Oil Company shares and United Steel Company shares. George gave up the management rights of the company because he held a larger share in the new company. The company was jointly managed by the Rockefeller and Morgan families. After negotiations, the three parties finally reached this consensus. However, George added the management of overseas markets here. One is the authorization in Asia and the other in the UK, which need to be determined by George himself. The other two families did not argue too much about this point. The final income was still distributed according to this distribution standard. It was not a big problem to let anyone participate. While George and his friends were still discussing the final details, an explosive news came from the exploration team that they found oil. The drill bit drilled underground, bringing up the mud from the ground again and again, and finally, oil flowers were seen on the surface of the mud that came up. As more and more oil was spilled, the exploration team members finally believed that they had finally found the oil field, and all their hard work was not in vain. What a pity. They are lucky for Rockefeller. Morgan shook his head and said, in fact, the Morgan family is also involved in the oil field industry, but compared with the scale of the Rockefeller family in the oil field, it is relatively small, so George did not choose to cooperate with them before. I'm very sorry that I did not update on time yesterday due to personal reasons. I owe you a chapter, and will make it up to you later. The chapter about the business part is about to end, and will enter the Marvel plot. I hope you will continue to support me. Thank you. Chapter 64 Alliance. George didn't have any special thoughts when he heard the news. Anyway, the bet contract that was finalized at the beginning had a time limit. It was not certain who would beg whom at that time. The news of the discovery of the large oil field could make the cooperation between the two parties closer. After all, they had the same interests and could face many problems together. Again, George did not have the strength to eat alone, not to mention that this oil field was only one of the 3 oil fields. There was also a large oil field in the Persian Gulf waiting for him overseas, so he would definitely strictly abide by the contract with the Rockefeller family. Through the oil field and penicillin, which had become the industry of General Motors, plus part of the Standard Oil Company shares, and United Steel Company shares exchanged from the Rockefeller family and the Morgan family, George was well integrated into the two political parties. Although both parties had expressed their willingness to invite him to join the political party, George, who was not interested in this, refused directly. He only said that he would decide who to support in the end, based on the candidates in the future. Without mentioning George's side, Rockefeller was happier than George. After knowing the news, he immediately made the decision to go to Texas to take a look. This may be a new oil region. If it can be compared with the oil production in Pennsylvania, it will represent a significant expansion of the Standard Oil empire. Of course, after the 3 companies completed the final signing and dealt with the penicillin issue, Rockefeller and George came to the exploration site as quickly as possible. When the two arrived at the site where the oil was explored, they saw that the area was full of derricks. The oil workers were busy and nervous, and everything nearby was in order, without any panic. There were people patrolling everywhere, which was a little different from what he imagined. I thought there would be a lot of oil merchants from all over the world coming. Sitting on a chair on a high ground, Rockefeller looked at the scene below and said to George, oil wells in other states are like that. Once there is news of oil, it will be crowded, and very lively. After listening to Rockefeller's words, George put his hands behind his head and leaned back slightly. He leaned back in his chair and said, "This is my private territory. How could those people break in? Are my security personnel vegetarians? Then we have to buy the nearby land immediately to maximize the benefits. Haha, Joe, we can also work together this time. Rockefeller said expectantly. The more land they buy, the more shares they will have. Haha, I'm not interested. It was just luck that I found this oil field, so I don't plan to continue buying around here. Hearing this news, Rockefeller did not force it and directly prepared to arrange people to buy the surrounding land. However, George said at the site, the 150,000 acres of land around here are all mine. The oil field merchants you mentioned who swarmed here are all drilling wells outside this range, so if you want to buy, you may have to go a little further. All your land? Or? Rockefeller looked at George and said dryly. Did his partner know that there was an oil field here a long time ago and bought such a large area? Suddenly, he felt that this young man was a little unfathomable. Haha, my family used to run a farm. We wanted to build a new city, so we had to buy a bigger piece of land. And all the residents in this area have signed a relocation agreement. They don't have an inch of land here. Now they are just living here temporarily. Of course, I won't drive them away for the time being. Oil field exploitation also requires manpower. It's more convenient to recruit from these people, isn't it? After expressing his generosity, George led Rockefeller to an oil drilling rig. George didn't have the ability to tell the quality of oil at a glance, but Rockefeller was different. His Standard Oil was a giant built on this foundation. How could he not judge the quality of oil? Oh, I'm so jealous that I want to kill you. Rockefeller was silent for a long time after seeing this, and finally said this with a greedy and jealous tone. I'll take your words as a joke, otherwise the Rockefeller family may have to change a new patriarch. I just had a bomb placed in my car, George said nonchalantly. The security guard, who was staring at Rockefeller with his hands on his waist, glanced at him and said, "Don't take it out. He is my partner. It was just a joke." It is not good for the leader of such a big family to speak like this. Although this may really be his idea, George felt that he should say something to him, but considering the other party's age, forget it. Because the mining has just begun, how big the oil field is, and how much reserves are estimated are still unknown. But one thing is certain, the discovery of such a large oil field will make the cooperation between the two families unprecedentedly close. Nothing can bind people's hearts more than interests. In the surrounding town, the two people, smelling asphalt, stayed here temporarily. There is no better way to grasp accurate data than to be on the scene in person. George repeatedly assured that he was definitely a law-abiding citizen and would perform as stipulated in the contract so that Rockefeller could feel at ease. The contract is protected by law, unless I can trick you into transferring the shares to me, but you will definitely not be easily deceived by me. George frowned and said, because of Standard Oil shares, you can rest assured that the reserves will not delay our cooperation. We are all honest businessmen, so of course everything must be done according to the contract. After getting the guarantee, Rockefeller nodded with satisfaction and said, this will make our cooperation indestructible, and no one can stand against us. Rockefeller also expressed an attitude. Because of the emergence of the oil producing area, he is willing to stand by his partners, so George will be on the side of the penicillin company. Haha, don't forget what you said. George also said solemnly, okay, if you are worried, just watch here. I will go back in 2 days. It smells like asphalt, and I can't get used to it. Haha, for me, it's just the opposite. After staying in the oil field for another 2 days, George was ready to leave for New York. Because Professor Osborne called and said that they had received another invitation to the Geneva International Science Summit, they needed to prepare for going to Europe. So he called George to let him prepare in advance. 4 days later, George returned to New York and began to make some arrangements for the business. Now many of his businesses have been on the right track, and he doesn't need to do much. George just sent a design drawing of the AK assault rifle to Winchester Company, asking them to continue research and development and production. George felt that it was still inconvenient for security personnel to use pistols for close combat and rifles for long-range combat, so he took out the drawings of this assault rifle in advance, hoping to strengthen the armed forces of the security company. George also made some requirements for the aircraft company, asking them to develop an aircraft that can carry people and fly long distances as soon as possible. There has been a breakthrough in this regard, but George did not go to see it in person. Boeing just said that the noise is still too loud. It can be used as an emergency, but for business use, the passenger capacity and so on are not up to standard. He also gave 2 scripts to the film and television company, and the shoulder-mounted camera has been developed, which will make it more convenient to shoot movies in the future. He also found time to send nearly 100 tons of alcohol to Vito Corleone, enough for them to sell for a long time. Other industries should continue to operate according to the previous model, and George did not interfere too much. On the first day of April, Osborne and his party officially set out from the harbor and boarded the passenger ship to Europe. Among them were nearly 20 security guards, lawyers, and financial personnel led by George. Chapter 65 First stop, England. The luxury cruise ship stopped and went, passing through many countries along the way. After 20 days of slow sailing, it finally docked at the port of Southampton in the UK. George put on his hat, dressed neatly, and got off the ship surrounded by a group of people. There were already people from the British and American Oil Company waiting at the port. Rockefeller's oil branch in France was called the Franco-American Oil Company, and the oil branch in Germany was called the German-American Oil Company. In addition, there were other companies established. There were not many American companies like Rockefeller that could enter Europe in this era. After getting off the ship, George stomped his feet gently on the ground. After more than 20 days of sailing, there was nothing but decks under his feet. He was not used to the feeling of being on the ground suddenly. "Hello, is this Mr. Orwell? The train ticket to Oxford has been bought." Becca, the person who picked up the ship, bowed and said, "Thank you." George nodded and thanked. Looking back at the bustling dock, he called Osborne and others to get on the car that came to pick them up and drove directly to the train station. George will not travel with Professor Osborne throughout this trip to Europe. Professor Osborne and his team's schedule is to exchange at Oxford University for a week, then exchange at Cambridge University for a week, and then go to France to continue exchange studies at the University of Montpellier. Then go to Switzerland to attend the annual science summit and speak at the summit. Then there are itineraries to some other countries. Of course, this does not include Germany and other defeated countries in World War I. George believes that in addition to the reason that there was no invitation from the university, the unpopularity of these American scientists is also a big reason. Oxford is famous for its status as a world university and its historical sites all over the place, making it a city that people dream of. Founded in the 9th century, the city of Oxford, which has a history of more than 1,000 years, is the cradle of British royalty and scholars. Oxford University is the main reason why many people come to visit Oxford. This university city has cultivated many outstanding people for the world in the past 800 years, but the exact time when Oxford University was founded is no longer traceable. In 1167, during the war between England and France, some scholars who studied at the University of Paris left Paris and settled in Oxford, which attracted more scholars. At the end of the 12th century, Oxford University had grown in size. After the mid-13th century, various colleges were established one after another, and the glorious years of Oxford University began. Oxford University is the oldest university in the English-speaking countries. The group finally checked in at the Old Bank Hotel in Oxford. According to Becca's introduction, the Old Bank Hotel is located in the historic centre of Oxford and offers luxurious rooms with marble bathrooms. This hotel was ranked 4th among the best hotels in the UK and was rated as the most worthwhile hotel in Oxford by the Sunday Times. The ancient hotel has comfortable rooms, excellent location and thoughtful service. George was very satisfied with Becca's arrangement. Originally, this trip to Europe was paid for by MIT, but George decided that the expenses of this trip would be funded by his own company, considering that he had a lot of entourage. Of course, the school would have no objection to this. Moreover, based on the huge economic benefits that the penicillin project will bring, George also decided to donate $5 million to MIT every year as a poverty scholarship to reward people with poor family conditions and excellent academic performance. This point has also been reached with the school. For charity, it is not just for tax avoidance, but also for the purpose of promoting one's own business and attracting talents. Otherwise, why do you think so many top cheebles in the United States have established their own private schools? After arriving in Oxford, they rested for 2 days. Everyone also visited this ancient city. Although this ancient city is not big, it has everything, and there are even Chinese restaurants here. On the 3rd day, the seminar hosted by the Faculty of Medical Sciences of Oxford University officially began. George, as the main R&D personnel, delivered an opening speech as a representative. It was only the first day that George attended the seminar. On the 2nd day, George led his group of people to leave Oxford. Becca also left a clerk to continue to follow and take care of Osborne and others, and she followed George and others. George first came to Edinburgh. Under the leadership of the old butler, George paid homage to the grandmother he had never met. Then, under the introduction of the old butler, he visited the mansion in the centre of Edinburgh, Swent Mansion. This mansion with historical significance has witnessed the rise and fall of the Swent family. According to the old butler's own introduction, his name is Fred Rodinson. His family has served the Swent family for generations, and his generation has been 5 generations. The old butler Fred also introduced the grandfather of the Celestial Empire. The family of his own grandfather in the Celestial Empire is also a big family. The grandfather came to study in the UK and met the grandmother. Later, with the approval of both parents, they finally got together, and the grandfather stayed in the UK. There is still correspondence with the Celestial Empire, but until his death, the grandfather never returned to the Celestial Empire. These things have ended with the passing of the older generation, and George has no intention of going deeper. In the mansion, George saw the photos of his mother when she was young, his grandmother and his grandfather's family, and also saw the room that had been reserved for his mother. It can be seen that, although the grandmother has never taken her daughter back, her love for her daughter is sincere. This house is different from the fiefdom and the title. From the moment the old lady made her will, George became the owner of this mansion. As a person, you need to pay the inheritance tax before you can really own it. But that inheritance tax is nothing to George. On the same day, George arranged for someone to complete all the procedures accompanied by the old butler. But the next day after George returned to the old house, he unexpectedly borrowed a dinner invitation. The invitation came from another hereditary noble in Edinburgh, the Mountbatten family. According to Fred's introduction, the Mountbatten family is also an old British noble family. Although it is not as old as a Svent family, it is also a hereditary duke family. In terms of title alone, it is higher than the Svent family, and my mother was supposed to marry into this family. So why is this family inviting me to a banquet now? George was very curious about this, and the old butler Freddy did not have an accurate answer to this. He said that it was to avenge what happened in the past, but it was definitely not. So many years have passed, and it is not enough to retaliate on the next generation. That would be too embarrassing. However, out of respect, George still accepted the invitation to host a banquet at the Mountbatten family's castle that night. In order not to be looked down upon, George also specially asked Fred about the etiquette of the nobility. Fortunately, George had an amazing memory and excellent control over his body, and he had learned it all in just one morning. In the evening, accompanied by the old butler, the two took a sedan to the castle. Perhaps the only thing that did not satisfy the old butler was George's dress. It's not that the clothes George is wearing now are not high-end or formal. It's just that in the eyes of the old butler Freddy, there is no clothing with family emblems handmade by his family's full-time tailor that represents a noble status more. But George doesn't care too much about these. In his eyes, the nobility is just an identity, and it is not more noble than others. In fact, in George's case, if he did not inherit the title of the Svent family, the British royal family would not have granted George such a high title, and it would be even more impossible to want a fiefdom. So before coming, George had always been skeptical about whether he could inherit the fiefdom. If there is no regulation that the fiefdom cannot be inherited, it will have a great impact on his subsequent plans. Although George was mentally prepared to lose this fiefdom. Chapter 66 Meeting and Transaction. The car drove for about 10 minutes and arrived at the castle of the Mountbatten family. To be honest, there are many castles of all sizes in Edinburgh and even in the whole of the United Kingdom. The castle in front of George can definitely represent the characteristics of Scottish culture, simple and solemn. In fact, after the First World War, the aristocracy in Europe began to decline. In the 21st century, when George lived in his previous life, many of these traditional aristocrats had fallen into poverty. Castles like the one in front of us are no longer used for living. Many aristocratic families cannot even afford the most basic maintenance costs and have to hand over the castles to the state. World War I and the British aristocracy. As Canadine summarized in The Decline of the British Aristocracy, for most British aristocrats, the First World War was not just a martyrdom of martial spirit and poetic patriotism, because they not only made unparalleled, selfless, tenacious and uncomplaining sacrifices, but the greater and crueler irony was that all their sacrifices were to protect a country that gradually but irrevocably no longer belonged to them. However, during this period, the Mountbatten family, which had seats in the British Parliament and hereditary dukes, still had a very high status in the UK, so George attached great importance to this meeting. At the gate of the castle, after George got off the car, he was led into the castle by the castle butler. In the reception room of the castle, George met the Duke of Mountbatten of this generation. After the two sides greeted each other according to the etiquette of the aristocracy, George first presented a gift prepared by the old butler Fred and said, "Dear Duke, I'm honored to receive your invitation and come to your castle as a guest." Duke Mountbatten said, "Haha, George, I can call you that. Don't be polite and don't be nervous. Those things of the previous generation are long gone, and I don't blame your mother for what happened back then. To be honest, she and my sister grew up together, so I just treat her as a sister. I'm happy that she can find her own happiness, although the way she took is not noble enough. Haha. Of course, you can." Haha. This caught George off guard. It turned out that the person who was escaped by his mother was the Duke of Mountbatten in front of him, and I met him the next day after I arrived in Edinburgh and was told these directly. It was really embarrassing. It was also my fault that I didn't ask Freddy a few more questions to find out what happened to my mother back then. And Freddy probably thought he knew what happened back then, so he didn't explain it to me. George could only smile awkwardly at the Duke of Mountbatten, but looking at the man in front of him, he looked ordinary and should be more than 10 years older than his mother. Therefore, his mother should be able to understand why she ran away from marriage with her handsome father. Okay, let's not talk about this. Come, I'll take you to visit this castle. In recent years, there have been no new guests here. In the following time, the Duke of Mountbatten personally led George to visit this castle full of aristocratic atmosphere. Mountbatten did not forget to describe the deep friendship between the two families. Finally, in the large restaurant on the second floor, George had dinner with the Duke of Mountbatten's family. The whole dinner was held in a friendly atmosphere. Although the Duke of Mountbatten's family was curious about George, the only heir of the Svent family who suddenly appeared, no one deliberately made things difficult for George. And George also followed the aristocratic etiquette completely and did not lose face in front of these people. You know, in such dining occasions, there are many etiquettes, not just the tableau can be dealt with. After the Duke finished drinking the accompaniment and put down the empty wine glass, it also meant that the sumptuous dinner was over. Everyone also put down their cutlery and ended the dinner. After the dinner, the Duke of Mountbatten took George to his study and poured him another glass of red wine. After both parties sat down, they shook the wine glasses in their hands and did not speak. George knew that the formal conversation tonight was about to begin. Sure enough, after taking a sip of red wine and putting down the wine glass, the Duke of Mountbatten said, "George, are you also curious about the invitation tonight?" "Yes, Duke of Mountbatten," George replied. "Haha, then I won't beat around the bush. You came back this time, probably to inherit the title and fiefdom. In fact, this matter has been discussed separately in our House of Lords. Although the Svent family only has the title of Earl, it is also the only hereditary title with fiefdom. So for you, an aristocratic heir who has American nationality and grew up in the United States, many people do not approve of you inheriting the title and fiefdom of Svent. But your grandmother, the powerful countess, reported your name to the House of Nobles a long time ago. It's just that your name is George Svent. So after the discussion of the House of Lords, let me discuss with you privately. Now I give you two options. One is that you give up your American citizenship, then you can completely inherit all the inheritance of the Svent family, including the fiefdom and title. The second is that you can be allowed to have the nationality of both countries, but the House of Nobles will take back the fiefdom of the Svent family. Of course, the hereditary title will still be granted to you. After all, that is the honor of your family. If you don't do anything that violates the rights of the nobility and endangers the honor of Britain, no one can arbitrarily deprive the Svent family of its honor. George was also surprised by the Duke of Mountbatten's outspokenness. Isn't it said that nobles like to speak in a vague way? This one is very straightforward. More importantly, George was prepared for the fact that he had to become a British citizen to inherit the title. After all, in Europe, all nobles have relatives of one kind or another. During the First World War, the kings of Germany, Britain, and Russia were cousins. So it is completely understandable that their descendants have dual citizenship. It's just that George's American citizenship is not in the big family of Europe, so these two options were given. George believes that if he is not an American citizen, but a French or German citizen, there should not be such a big reaction. George certainly understands that Britain cannot allow an American to have a territory in its own country, but it is still a bit unwilling for him to give it up directly. After all, this is also the reason why the Svent family lost a fiefdom as soon as he inherited the title, and he will be looked down upon by other nobles. Perhaps seeing George's hesitation, the Duke of Mountbatten said again, "Of course, you can give some compensation in other aspects." George heard that there was still hope, so he smiled and said, "Duke Mountbatten, you see, the fiefdom of the Svent family is the territory of the Svent family. If the Svent family is asked to give up the territory directly, it is not in line with the code of conduct of the nobility. However, it is completely possible to change another way, such as changing a piece of territory. Wouldn't it be the same if you change a piece of territory?" Duke Mountbatten frowned and said, "Of course it's different. Now Britain has many colonies abroad. I think if the hereditary fiefdoms in Britain are changed into colonies, then wouldn't it solve the problems you are worried about?" George replied, "Foreign colonies?" Duke Mountbatten looked at the young man in front of him, smiled gently and said, "So, George, do you have any opinions? Or which fiefdom do you want? How about the Arabian Peninsula?" George replied, "Haha, that peninsula full of deserts? George, to be honest, what do you like?" Duke Mountbatten seemed to see through something, so he said with a little joking, "Well, I wasn't planning to hide anything. I have my eyes on the Suez Canal. When I can control the Suez Canal, I will make it the busiest commercial canal." George said confidently, "George, to be honest, your idea is very good. If you want, I can take you to the parliament to negotiate with you and exchange an overseas fiefdom for you, but the Arabian Peninsula is impossible. Not to mention the area, it would be very troublesome to deal with the several colonies above." Chapter 67, Land Exchange. "But the fief of the Swinton family is more important, isn't it?" George replied, "And, to be honest, just give me the fief, and I can handle the affairs in the fief myself." George's words naturally caused the Duke of Mountbatten to ponder. Josiah said that George's giving up the fief was not selfless for Mountbatten. As the only two hereditary nobles in Edinburgh, the entire Edinburgh, except for the Swinton territory, is the fief of the Mountbatten family. The dowry of the Swinton family was that fief. In other words, if it weren't for that incident, the entire Edinburgh should belong to the Mountbatten family now. Once George gave up the territory, the Duke of Mountbatten would naturally have the means to get the fief. It's just that the solution George gave was also a good one. It's just a colony full of deserts overseas. There is nothing worth fighting for except the canal. But how to convince other families to agree to George's plan? This may require his family to give up some of the interests in other places. In fact, when George proposed the plan, the Duke of Mountbatten basically agreed. The House of Lords was prepared to compensate George in other places, and the area around the canal has been unstable recently. Not to mention the unrest in the Arabian Peninsula. Egypt is also seeking independence, and the situation is expected to escalate. The final result may not be ideal, so the ownership of the canal will become an unknown. While the Duke of Mountbatten was still thinking about the gains and losses, George added weight again and said, "My lord, the war in Ireland has been very unstable recently, so there should be many soldiers injured?" "Yes, that's the case. Do you have any ideas?" said the Duke of Mountbatten. "Haha, Duke of Mountbatten, I wonder if you know about the penicillin I discovered? If Scotland can have penicillin, it will save a lot of lives," George explained. "Is your penicillin ready for mass production?" the Duke of Mountbatten asked with interest. "Haha, of course. In the United States, we have cooperated with the Rockefeller family and the Morgan family to produce penicillin. Moreover, I have the right to choose partners in the UK. The price given by the company now is that each penicillin of 200,000 units weighs 0.12 grams, and the price should be around 0.9 grams of gold. As for why gold is used as the pricing standard, of course, it is because many countries have suffered from severe economic inflation after World War I, so it was decided to price in gold first, and then convert it into the currency of each country." The Duke of Mountbatten understood that George was now proposing to be the agent of penicillin in exchange for his interests. But considering the interests involved, it seemed that his family still had something to gain. "Okay, George, you convince me, so I will convey your opinion to the House of Lords and try my best to convince them, but I can't guarantee success." The Duke of Mountbatten did not say everything, but just gave a possibility. "Haha, I believe the Duke of Mountbatten will succeed." After that, the two of them tacitly did not mention the agency rights, and then they gently touched the red wine glasses and drank them all. The meeting tonight ended here. After the two chatted about some anecdotes among the nobles, George said goodbye. The Duke of Mountbatten did not try to keep him, and personally sent George to the gate of the castle. On the way back to the old house, the old butler Fred saw the smile on the new Sven's lips, and knew that something good must have happened. However, as an old man with decades of experience as a butler, Fred did not ask. The next step is to wait for the news from the Duke of Mountbatten, and George believes that this day is not far away. The next day, George gave the security personnel he brought tasks, and asked them to leave the UK and find what they needed. Although George has been busy developing his business empire, he has never forgotten that this is the Marvel world, and power is the main theme of this world. Therefore, on this trip to Europe, George will naturally make certain arrangements and take advantage of this opportunity. During the few days of waiting for the news, George also gave several speeches with Professor Osborne, and various British newspapers also gave a lot of praise for this exchange. For George Orwell, who was only 17 years old, under the impetus of some people, his experience was once again brought out and written about, and pointed out George Orwell's identity as the Earl's heir. In this way, this already popular young man became even more popular with college girls. So much so that George only showed up on the first day of the Cambridge Exchange meeting. He could hide away at other times. After all, George still didn't like being pointed at by others. A week after the conversation that night, George received an invitation from the Duke of Mountbatten again, but this time he invited George to meet in London. George knew that this must have a result, so George did not delay and went directly to London, more than 400 kilometers away. A day later, George got out of the car. In this era, driving more than 400 kilometers in a car was not a good experience, which made George miss the plane even more. After arriving in London, George was directly arranged by the Duke of Mountbatten to live in a small manor. After the meeting, the Duke of Mountbatten did not stay here for long, but briefly said something and left. Simply put, there is no problem with the title. George and the other two will be given a knighthood ceremony on the day of the founding celebration, that is, May 19th. As for the fiefdom that George was most concerned about, after the Duke of Mountbatten's negotiations, it was finally approved. After all, as the Duke of Mountbatten considered, for such a colony, if there was no Suez Canal, it would become a chicken rub in the eyes of these nobles. Although the area is large, most of it is desert, and there are various religious issues. It is definitely worth it to be able to exchange a domestic fiefdom. So George needs to prepare a lot of materials and procedures next. While waiting, George also began to be invited to various aristocratic gatherings. This is an indispensable step to integrate into the aristocratic circle. Moreover, George also took the old butler Fred from the old house to London. Because once he is awarded the honor, a banquet will be held to show that the inheritance of the Sven family is still there. This kind of thing between nobles is very troublesome, but it is indeed indispensable now. And it is not very good to live in the Mountbatten manor all the time, and he is not short of money, so George is directly preparing to buy a residence in London. The best residence in London must belong to Kensington Palace Gardens. Unlike other luxury houses on the list, it is a block next to Kensington Palace in the centre of the West End of London, England. This is a street paved with money, and later generations are inhabited by members of the British royal family and billionaires from all over the world. It is called Billionaire Street, and is one of the most expensive residential streets in the world. Since embassies of various countries in the UK are also located here, this street is also known as the safest street in the world. The freehold on this street belongs to the Crown Estate. The Crown Estate is one of the largest real estate management companies in the UK, established by an act of the British Parliament. Most properties are only rented and not sold, and are sold to private buyers in the form of long-term leases of 90 to 125 years. Due to the large number of embassies on the street, the police of the Diplomatic Protection Team have gates and checkpoints at each end of this road. So after George saw this place, he found the Duke of Mountbatten and asked him to help clear it. In the end, George chose a mansion on this wealthy street in later generations. After cleaning and replacing daily necessities, George moved in with his people. That day is April 31st. Chapter 68 Magic Alchemy. The first day of waking up in the new mansion was also the first day of May. George felt extremely relaxed after waking up. I don't know if it was because he got the Arabian Peninsula or for some other reason, but for the first time, George felt lazy and wanted to lie in bed for a day. From April 1st last year to today, George has not extracted items from the 3000 worlds in the Chaos Pearl for 13 months. George's consciousness came to the Chaos Pearl again. At this time, the space inside the Chaos Pearl had been expanded for nearly 2 years, and its internal space could not be seen at a glance. It's just that except for the storage space, there are no other functions for the time being. George's consciousness continued to move upward and explore the 3000 worlds. After selecting a star, the energy that had been accumulated for 13 months rushed into the star world with George's consciousness. As all the energy disappeared, a ball of light was extracted. George crushed the ball of light in his hand, and countless knowledge was instilled into his mind like water. It was not until noon that the old butler Fred knocked on the bedroom door twice, and George came back to his senses from countless knowledge. After going downstairs and having a simple lunch, George returned to the bedroom again and summarized the knowledge he had gained this time. The knowledge he gained this time came from an alchemist named Nicholas Flamel in the Harry Potter world. Nicholas Flamel is good at divination, spells, defense against the dark arts, potion making and alchemy. He is the only maker of the Philosopher's Stone, and the Philosopher's Stone can make the elixir of life. Although this elixir of life has the defects of needing to be taken continuously and not being able to maintain youthful vitality, it does achieve longevity and allows Nicholas Flamel and his wife to live for 6 centuries. In the end, they welcomed death and gave up longevity. By sorting out the knowledge, George learned that in addition to studying alchemy, Nicholas Flamel's other research focus over the long years was runes. Rune letters, also known as rune letters, are a type of extinct letters in the Harry Potter world. All spells, divination, and alchemy in the Harry Potter world are developed from this ancient magic rune. In mythology, Odin, the father of the gods, hung himself on a tree for 9 days and 9 nights to seek higher wisdom, pondering the mysteries of the universe. When he came down from the world tree, he understood the secret of runes. 2 very famous poems in the Poetic Edda, the Proverbs of the High Men, that is, Odin's autobiography, describe this scene: hanging on a tree swaying in the wind for 9 nights, wounded by a spear, I was offered as a sacrifice to Odin. I sacrificed myself, on a tree unknown to me. No bread to satisfy hunger, no water to quench thirst. I looked down, and picked up the rune words, shouting as I picked them up, and fell from the tree. The original meaning of rune is secret and mystery, so mystics believe that Odin obtained rune, the secret of the universe, and this secret was passed on to mankind by Rig, that is Heimdall, and expressed in the form of the rune alphabet. Odin in George's world is real, and runes are engraved on Thor's hammer, so if he can understand runes, it will be very helpful to improve George's strength. After sorting out all the knowledge, George also mastered all the spells, divination, alchemy and other skills mastered by Nicholas Flamel. George is also very interested in these new skills. For example, the shaper shifting spell, that is like teleportation, the lock opening spell, and so on. Compared with the magic spells that can be used now, divination that requires magic balls and alchemy skills that require materials will not be able to play any role for the time being. However, George is also considering the possibility of using some plants in this world to make potions. Therefore, George considers that he may need to build another magic laboratory on his island now. The skills and knowledge drawn this time are very timely for George. After experimenting with a few small magics in the room, George considered the issue of setting up door keys in the study. First of all, the materials need to be drawn on the door with silver in advance, and then set the door key spell on an object. These things are not a problem. The problem is that, if magic is to be used in this house in the future, then the people in this room must be loyal to him. Thinking of this, George came to the study and called the old butler Fred. "Sir, you called me." "Yes, Fred. Your family has served the Sven family for several generations. I want to know if you will continue to serve and be loyal to the Sven family?" George asked seriously. "Of course, sir. I will continue to serve the Sven family and be loyal to you like my ancestors." Fred bowed and said, "Very good, Fred. From now on, my study does not need to be cleaned, and no one is allowed to enter without my call. Do you understand?" "I understand, sir. I will notify them. No one will enter this room without your call in the future," Fred replied. "Okay, you go down first," George said. Just now when Fred was answering questions, George had already used the legilimency spell. The legilimency spell can be simply understood as mind reading. However, it is much more complicated than mind reading. It not only allows the caster to know whether the person being casted is lying, but also allows the caster to study the person being casted's memory and emotions. It can also affect the person being casted's thoughts. So just now, George used the silent spell to cast soul reading, and saw the deepest thoughts in the old butler's mind, which was loyalty to the Sven family and loyalty to George, the only heir. Therefore, George was also very satisfied with the old butler's loyalty. Although he inherited Nicholas Flamel's magic skills, it was still a bit novel to experience entering someone else's mind for the first time. After a little relaxation in the study, George came to a bookshelf in the study. There was a door behind this bookshelf, so this bookshelf could be regarded as a door. George took out 200 grams of silver from the space, ground it into powder, and then used magic to carve a rune array in a hidden place on the bookshelf. Finally, he sprinkled the silver powder evenly. With a flash of white light, only a trace of magic was left in the hidden place. George took out a small piece of silver from the space again, and used alchemy to simply shape it. It was made into a card the size of a business card, with the address of the mansion engraved on one side and the portkey on the other side. Then, no matter where George is in the house, he only needs to take out this card and input a little magic power, and George will be instantly teleported to the door. It's like a fixed return scroll. Speaking of magic power, it's very interesting, because it is the energy that was in the position of the key C before. That energy was used as chakra energy before, and now it can be used as magic power. George found that he might not understand the true ability of this energy. However, there is no point in considering these now. As long as the skills can be activated, it will be slowly tested over time. After dealing with the portkey, George picked up the phone and called Hope Pin Cohen, a design company far away in the United States. George bought the 150-hectare Riker Island from the Vanderbilt family for $6 million US. Then the design and construction of the villa was entrusted to Hoppen Cohen, the design company of the villa where he currently lives. Before George came to Europe, the company had already shown George several design plans, but George was not satisfied with their design plans, so he asked them to redesign. It usually takes several years from the design to the construction and completion of a large manor with 150 hectares of land. Therefore, it is completely normal to change the plan several times. After having the knowledge of magic, George considered the future needs and felt that the plan might need to be changed again. So he immediately called the company and asked them to suspend the design. George planned to integrate the design of the magic circle into the entire island and protect his nest from the perspective of magic. At least all kinds of protective magic circles should be installed. After hanging up the phone, George came to the underground parking lot. This underground space is very large. George thinks that this parking lot should be converted into a car collection hall in the future, and every car model in Europe should be collected and displayed here. But it is still empty for the time being, so after George ordered that no one was allowed to come in, he closed the only entrance and exit, and it became a good place to practice spells. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69, Honor. The weather in the UK this May is super good. Although the temperature is not high, the sun is very good at noon and in the afternoon, with blue sky and white clouds and warm sunshine. Time came to May 18th inadvertently. Early in the morning, George, accompanied by British officials, swore an oath to the British flag in front of the Civil Affairs Department. Of course, there were some formalities before that, and the Parliament also arranged for people to handle it quickly. It is worth mentioning that the name entered into the file is George Orwell Swinton. I, George Orwell Swinton, solemnly swear in the name of God, on becoming a British citizen. Now there is only the last ceremony tomorrow, that is, the British royal family will confer the title of George and confer him the fiefdom. According to the rules, there are 2 conferment ceremonies in the UK every year, and each time may confer many people. The main objects are British officials, such as the Prime Minister, the Chief Justice, and people who have made outstanding contributions to the UK, even businessmen, actors, lawyers, and police. George came to Europe at the right time this time, and the conditions given by both parties were acceptable, so things should go smoothly, and the awarding ceremony was arranged on this founding day. In fact, as aristocrats who felt their decline after the First World War, the participation of scientists is very necessary for a wealthy man like George. The nobles need a man like George who has a halo in many aspects to tell ordinary people that the aristocracy is as good as George. After more than half a month of publicity, George is definitely a big celebrity in the UK, so the government and the aristocracy represented by the royal family feel that it is very helpful to enhance the image of Britain when a well-known wealthy man like George announces his joining of British nationality and obtaining a title. The knighthood ceremony was held at Buckingham Palace. Today is the founding day, so there are a lot of people coming. There are many nobles, as well as many cabinet officials including the Prime Minister, and ambassadors to the UK from many countries. This includes the American ambassador. Because this time the conferment ceremony is open to the public, dozens of reporters came in. This includes several major newspapers in the United States. With the witness of everyone, George knelt on one knee on the couch. King George V of the United Kingdom tapped George's shoulder with the sword, then handed the sword to the waiter on the right, and took the emblem of the Svend family from the waiter on the left, and presented it to George together with the medal. From this moment on, George inherited the earldom of the Svend family. At the same time, King George V of the United Kingdom announced on the spot that the Arabian Peninsula would be given to George as a fiefdom. Many people present were very surprised, because the Arabian Peninsula includes several countries, and the area is also quite large. However, those who know the inside story also understand that George exchanged the hereditary fiefdom of the Svend family for this fiefdom, which is also an overseas territory, which is not worth much in the eyes of these nobles. Others also came forward to congratulate. George also met Osborne and others who were invited to watch the ceremony. British Prime Minister Enlil said, "Sir Svend, the government will issue you the official governor's document later. Congratulations, Sir George. George is a hereditary governor, and each generation only needs to report to the British royal family." George smiled and said, "All serve the interests of Britain. I will also accept your jurisdiction in the future." This sentence is just a polite remark. As an autonomous territory, George has a very high degree of autonomy. The British government, except for diplomacy, generally cannot control the Arabian Peninsula. The US ambassador to the UK also came up to congratulate and said, "Mr. Orwell, I didn't expect you to become a hereditary Earl of the United Kingdom and obtain such a large hereditary autonomous territory. Have you considered how to develop it in the future? It's just an inherited title. Such a large fiefdom is going to be turned into a tourist destination. Although there are many desert areas, it has beaches. I also plan to build it into a holy place for the gambling industry. In the future, we Americans will have another place to play. But this cannot be told to the public." George deliberately lowered his voice in the second half of the sentence. The ambassador smiled and nodded, saying, "Congratulations, Earl." George's words were also heard by him. Although the United States supports dual citizenship, when it was reported that George was going to inherit the earldom, the Rockefeller family and Henry Morgan in the United States called to inquire about the truth of the matter. After all, George is now an influential figure in the United States. George certainly would not give up the American market, so he just told them that this was just a deal and the title came from inheritance. He also talked to them briefly about the idea of a tax haven. Finally, he said that the focus in the future would still be on the United States to dispel their concerns. Finally, after everyone exchanged greetings, they prepared to take pictures. George V, Prince Albert, and many dukes and nobles were ready to take pictures with George. Everyone stood up, and the photographer pressed the shutter, and the picture froze. From then on, the first governor of the Arabian Peninsula was born, and he would definitely bring great changes to the world. The Times, the largest newspaper in the UK, reported on the front page that George inherited the earldom and was awarded the title of Arabian Peninsula. The above detailed report on George's economic achievements and the invention of penicillin, and introduced the role of penicillin. Below is a large photo, which is a group photo of George wearing the Earl's medal with the royal family and nobles. Not only the Times, but also Italy, Germany, France, the United States and other countries reported on this matter in the following 2 days. This is an excellent propaganda for Britain. However, there was an episode in the United States. Some people began to advocate that George would leave the United States, give up his American citizenship, and hand over penicillin to Britain. After George knew about this, he arranged for his newspaper to conduct an entertainment war on the one hand, and notified Vito on the other hand, to let him cause some trouble to these newspapers that made inappropriate remarks through the high table parliament. There was no need to kill or set fire, just a little accident would be fine. As for checking whether there was someone behind the scenes, George knew that there must be someone. As for who it was, there was no need to check. It would be meaningless to pull it out to take the blame. That night, Buckingham Palace held a grand cocktail party, where George met many nobles he had just met a few days ago. The next day, although George did not like socializing, he still held a cocktail party in his mansion according to aristocratic etiquette. He not only invited more than 30 people from the Duke's family, but also some cabinet officials and some ambassadors to the UK. After the cocktail party, Osborne and others continued to exchange activities in Europe, and George did not follow them on the grounds of special personal circumstances. However, George said that he would attend the scientists' summit in Switzerland. The next day, George left the UK on the pretext of going to the Arabian Peninsula. In fact, George did not leave, but dressed up a little, and then went to investigate the UK with the company personnel brought from the United States to prepare for some investment. Now that he has the status of a hereditary earl, if he has no investment in the UK and all his assets are in the United States, it will also attract the dissatisfaction of the British people. Besides, George also understands the principle of not putting all eggs in one basket. George also arranged for people to set up a cultural company in the UK, specializing in purchasing antiques from various countries. Now that World War I has just ended, these European countries have just recovered. Many people who have antiques at home are willing to exchange antiques for cash for investment and development, as long as the price is right. For some enterprises and companies that he is optimistic about, he also actively sends people to discuss cooperation. Unlike the United States, George does not require a controlling stake in the UK, but only wants to participate. Chapter 70 Cosmic Cube. George did not go with Osborne and others, of course not just for the convenience of developing industries in the UK. In fact, he had already sent out all the security personnel he brought with him. All of them were sent to some European countries to find things for him. Maybe George's information was the most accurate, so the first to send back the news were the personnel sent to Norway. After explaining to the old butler and handing over the business here to his men, George disappeared from all the British sight. Since he had never been to Norway, some of the magic methods he knew could not be used. After identifying the direction, George turned into a peregrine falcon and began to fly towards Norway. Speaking of transformation ability, there is also a spell called transfiguration in magic methods. One of the most advanced uses of this spell is called animagus. Animagus cannot be transformed into any animal at will, and the animal it changes into is related to the wizard's personality and weight. Generally, each person can only turn into one animal. At the same time, animagus transformation is usually limited to non-magical creatures. The transformation of magical creatures, such as phoenixes, dragons, hippogriffs, etc., will bring unpredictable consequences. Perhaps it is because wizard magic and magical creature magic are fundamentally different in operation. It takes several years to practice animagus, which allows people to transform into the most suitable animal for themselves, but there is also the possibility of failure, so transformation also requires courage. Therefore, there are very few animagus, and the transformation technique used by George is much more convenient, and it does not require such a long time of practice. After flying for more than 3 hours, George found an unmanned corner in a Norwegian port city, landed and transformed back into his original form. After finding the men sent, he led them to the city of Tunsberg. George's destination is a village under the city of Tunsberg, where there is a church. George's goal is the object hidden in this church. Before coming, George was worried that he came too early and whether the object was still hidden here. It was not until George got off the car at the door of the church and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s walking out of the church that George knew he had made the right choice. The history of the city of Tunsberg in Norway is not simple. In 965 AD, a great war broke out in the city of Tunsberg in Norway. The two sides were the Frost Giants and the Asgard Legion led by Odin. The winner of this war was Odin, who harvested 3 trophies, the Frost Box, Loki and the Cosmic Cube. After the battle between the Asgard Legion and the Frost Giants, Odin took the Frost Box and Loki back to Asgard, but left the Cosmic Cube in Tunsberg. George speculated that Odin's move might be due to the fact that the Earth was a wild land at that time. Humans had no ability to use this artifact, and other forces would not focus their attention here, so it was a safer choice. George's goal was the Cosmic Cube hidden in this church. George knew that the Cosmic Cube hidden here would be found by the Red Skull of Hydra in another 20 years and taken away for weapons. Then many stories happened one after another. George has not yet thought of hiding the Cosmic Cube directly and making it his own. Because George first wanted to know whether the space gem had any effect on him, and this time he came here to do a test. As a small village that is somewhat backward, it is still very rare to see outsiders driving a car here. So when George got off the car, a circle of people had already gathered around the car. These villagers just watched from a distance and did not come forward to talk. Perhaps the noise when the car entered the village attracted the attention of the middle-aged man in the church. So when George got off the car, the middle-aged man also walked out of the church. "Hello, sir, may I help you?" The middle-aged man looked at George and the car behind George and asked. "Nothing, I just heard that there is a Nordic church in Tunsberg, so I came to see it." "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm an antique dealer. Just call me George." George replied. "Yes, Mr. George, there is a Nordic church here, the one behind me. It's just a small church built by the villagers, and we don't have any precious antiques to sell here. This is just an ordinary small village. I may disappoint you." After saying that, he bowed slightly to express his apology. "Haha, oh, no, that's a pity. We came all the way from the city." George looked at the church in front of him and said, "It's rare to see a well-preserved church like this. I wonder if I can go in and take a look." "Well, okay, of course. Please follow me." Seeing that it was difficult to refuse, the middle-aged man turned around and prepared to take George into the church. George asked the security guard to wait by the car, and he followed the middle-aged man to the church. When talking to the middle-aged man just now, George had used legitimacy to get the answer he wanted. Following the middle-aged man into the church, the middle-aged man said, "You can take a look at it at will." George nodded his thanks and looked inside the church. Unlike other churches, there is a sarcophagus in the middle of the church. The sarcophagus is very beautifully carved. George knows that the current space gem is hidden here. The walls of the church depict the story of Odin, the king of gods, conquering the 9 realms in Norse mythology. One of the walls is carved with a pattern about the world tree. The world tree, in Norse mythology, the branches of this giant tree constitute the entire world. 9 kingdoms were created from this tree: Midgard or Middlegard, the world inhabited by humans, which refers to the earth; Asgard, the kingdom of the Aesir, located between the sun and the moon in the sky, and connected to the human world through the Rainbow Bridge, Norse mythology; Hel, the kingdom of the dead; Niflheim, the kingdom of fog, the kingdom of ice and snow, the destination of those who died of illness and old age; Muspelheim, the kingdom of fire; Jotunheim, the kingdom of giants; Alfheim, the kingdom of the white elves, light elves; Vartheim, the kingdom of the dark elves; Vanaheim, the residence of the Vanir. There are 3 thick roots underneath. The first root goes deep into Asgard, and under the root is the spring of Urt, where the gods gather every day to hold meetings and discuss. In addition, there live the 3 goddesses of Norn, the goddesses who control fate. The second root goes deep into Jotunheim, the home of the giants. Under its roots is the spring of Mimir, the spring of wisdom and knowledge. The third root goes deep into Niflheim, the land of fog. Under its roots is the spring of Niflheim and a black dragon Nidhogg that keeps gnawing at the roots. It keeps gnawing at the roots until one day when it finally bites off the tree, the twilight of the gods will come. Although the whole church is not big, it is rare just from the perspective of carving. And it is even more rare to be preserved so well. It's a pity that these can't be taken away for the time being, otherwise it would be very good to buy all of them and keep them as collections. George whispered, "Fall to the ground," and cast a coma spell on the middle-aged man, causing the middle-aged man to faint. George helped the middle-aged man to the stairs beside him, and then came to the sarcophagus. He waved his hand and cast a levitation spell on the lid of the sarcophagus, and the sarcophagus gently fell to the ground next to it with George's gesture. Just now, at the moment when the lid of the sarcophagus moved, a bright blue light shone from the sarcophagus. George came to the sarcophagus and looked at the cosmic cube held by an unknown mummy in the sarcophagus. George was also very happy. This is one of the 6 most mysterious gems in this universe, the space gem, which has powerful space ability. Using the levitation spell to control the cube to float, and then taking out the specially prepared gloves from the space, taking the cosmic cube. Looking at the cosmic cube in his hand, George had an urge to take it for himself. And just when George touched the cosmic cube with the gloves, the chaos orb in his mind felt a little throbbing for the first time, as if longing for something. It means that the cosmic cube has an effect on the chaos orb. It's just that what specific effect it will have is not known yet. But George finally gave up the idea of taking the cosmic cube away and calmed down. Now there is an important experiment to do. After taking a deep breath, George instantly put the cosmic cube into the chaotic space, and George's mind also felt that the chaotic space was rapidly expanding. But it was only a moment, and George took the cosmic cube out of the chaotic space. At the moment, when the cosmic cube disappeared from George's hand, 2 eyes looked in this direction. One was Odin, the god king in Asgard, and the other was the ancient one in Kamatage. But before they could react, the fluctuations of the cosmic cube came again. Odin, who was listening to the quarrel between Thor and Loki, did not take any measures after sensing the fluctuations again, thinking that he had sensed it wrong. The ancient one in Kamatage knew that the cosmic cube had indeed disappeared for a moment, but the ancient one just glanced at the sky lightly and had no intention of going to check. George, who didn't know about these, looked at the cosmic cube in his hand, which was much smaller, and felt that the chaotic space had indeed become much larger. He was also depressed. If the cosmic cube could only play the role of expanding the chaotic space, then it would not be so useful to him. But if he wanted to continue testing, he was worried that it would affect the cosmic cube. You know, the cosmic cube is related to the subsequent development of the Marvel world. In order not to affect the subsequent plot, the experiment can only go to this step for the time being. Thanks to the book friend Killin is not a demon for the recommendation vote. Thank you. I also want to thank all the book friends who collected this book. Thank you everyone. Chapter 71 Malik Family. George put the cosmic cube back into the sarcophagus. Although he couldn't take the cosmic cube away, this trip was not without gain. At least it proved that the cosmic cube was useful for the chaos orb. In this way, some plans will have to be changed in the future. Of course, George thought that there should be no problem with the impact of the shrunken cosmic cube. Didn't you see that in Avengers 4, Captain America finally sent back the space stone? So George analyzed that the space stone at the core of the cosmic cube would naturally absorb external energy and finally form the shape of the cosmic cube. After casting the vanishing spell again to put the coffin lid back in place, George looked at the middle-aged man who was still in a coma and then silently chanted oblivion to modify his memory. Let him remember that he was tired while waiting for George to visit the church, so he leaned against the stairs to take a rest. Although the spells in the Harry Potter world are not very powerful and there are no large-scale spells that can destroy the world, they are comprehensive and convenient, so they are very good in practicality. After the modification, George woke him up and said, "Okay, sir, I'm done with the tour. I'm really sorry to bother you. I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye." "Yeah, okay, goodbye." The middle-aged man, who hadn't reacted yet, nodded in response. George ignored him and walked out of the gate, got on the car, and left the village. Since George had achieved his goal, there was no need to stay any longer. After leaving Tengsburg, George prepared to go to Germany. Because he brought someone with him, and the time was not very tight, he took the ferry to Germany slowly like ordinary people. After spending 4 or 5 days on the road, George finally landed on German soil. The first thing George did when he arrived in Germany was to find a hotel and then call his home in the UK. Due to the communication conditions of this era, George asked his subordinates to leave a letter directly to the UK, and he would call back every day when he had the conditions to ensure communication. In fact, George was not unable to solve this problem. For example, if he arranged a clone to accompany each of his subordinates, it would be very convenient if George wanted to arrange something. But George didn't want to do this. He wanted his subordinates to do things for him. Although it was inconvenient, he couldn't send his clones to do everything. That would make it unnecessary for his subordinates to exist. Therefore, when the situation allowed, George would usually arrange for his subordinates to do things. After calling back, he got the information left by his subordinates in Germany. After a night's rest in the hotel, George boarded the train to Berlin. Germany at this time should be said to be in dire straits. After World War I, the division of Germany's overseas interests, the cession of territory and the unbearable war operations greatly restricted Germany's development, making it difficult to move forward in the economic crisis that swept the West in the 1930s. At this time, the German domestic economy was facing collapse, inflation was frighteningly high, and the mark was depreciating wildly. At this time, the German people were in despair. They needed hope, and hope to survive. Hitler became the leader of the Nazi Party in 1921. On this occasion, his Nazi Party ran out. They came to the forefront of Germany under the banner of survival. The company's think tank had suggested that George invest in Germany at this time, and listed some investment initiatives of some American chaebols in the United States. George did not refuse, so George's apparent purpose of coming to Germany this time was also to invest. From George's perspective in the future, these American chaebols are completely raising tigers to harm themselves. The United States provided Germany with huge amounts of funds. After the end of World War I, Britain, France and other countries owed the United States a lot of debt, and the United States became the world's largest creditor country. Since Britain and France were severely injured in World War I and temporarily unable to repay their debts, the main source of debt repayment fell on the Germans, because Germany needed to pay huge reparations to Britain and France. However, Germany suffered serious damage in the war, and Britain and France ruthlessly plundered Germany. Post-war Germany was unable to repay the reparations, so the United States had to provide assistance to Germany in order to recover its debts and support Germany's reconstruction. In order to help Germany restore its economy, the United States provided Germany with huge loans and made massive investments. With just one door's plan, Germany received a loan of 32.6 billion marks, 70% of which was from American capital. During this period, Germany paid only 11.4 billion marks in war reparations. It can be said that American capital played an important role in the rise of Germany after the war. Secondly, Americans provided Germany with a lot of technical and equipment support. At the end of World War I, American and British monopoly capital began to help the Germans obtain advanced technologies such as refining artificial gasoline and artificial rubber, which was very important for Germany, which lacked oil and rubber resources. Many technologies used by Germany in World War II came from the United States, or had received help from the United States. Thirdly, the United States provided Germany with urgently needed natural resources and strategic materials such as oil, non-ferrous metals, and iron ore, which was very important for Germany, which was short of resources. It can be said that it was the American consortium that single-handedly built up the powerful Germany before World War II and funded the increasingly active Nazi Party. George understood that these American consortiums originally just wanted to help Germany develop its economy, make the Germans their own cash machines, and control the market and economy of Germany and even Europe. Unexpectedly, they backfired and raised a tiger to harm them. Objectively, they helped Germany and made Hitler. Under the leadership of Hitler, Germany rose again and embarked on the road of war. This was unexpected by these American consortiums. Although George knew all this, could he stop it? Obviously impossible. So, since the German-American oil branch already existed, George was not going to get involved in these. Anyway, whether it was Rockefeller Standard Oil or Morgan United Steel, George now had a share, although the proportion was not very large. After being received by the people of the German-American oil branch and arranged to stay in the Odron Kempinski Hotel. This hotel was only established in 1907 and is located in the vibrant center of Berlin. The hotel restaurant can enjoy the beautiful view of the Brandenburg Gate. On the day George checked in, a security guard came to George's room and reported to George, "Boss, the matter has been checked out. The things should be in the basement of the Malik family's manor in the suburbs of Berlin. Except for this place, where I can't get in. I have checked other places and there is no thing you said." The person reported. George looked at the goat head badge on the desk, was silent for a long time, and said, "Okay, leave the route map to the basement, and you can go to meet up with other team members. Let them find the person I'm looking for quickly." "Yes, boss." After saying that, he turned and left George's room. The next day, George hosted a banquet in the banquet hall for the leaders of the German-American Oil Company and the German branch of United Steel, as one of the shareholders of the two consortiums. George did not want to have any other bad speculations about his trip to Germany, which would ruin his plan. And he also needed an alibi. Because just as George praised the senior executives of the two companies for their achievements in the company, and said that he would not interfere in their business, he would only open an art trading company in Berlin, making the atmosphere of the banquet very warm. A figure flew from the windowsill of George's room and flew towards the suburbs of Berlin. Thanks to the book Friends, Killin is not a demon. Book Friend 140,503,015,340,665 and Book Friend Infinite Atomic for the recommendation votes. Thank you all for your support. Please also collect the book Friends who think it is still acceptable. Welcome to join the pit. Thank you. Chapter 72 Cohen Monolith. Many people may not know much about the Malik family. This has to start with the origin of Hydra. The history of Hydra began in a certain year before Christ, but the exact year is unknown. In order to expand the power of the empire, the Kree fought all over the universe, and soon there was a shortage of soldiers. In order to replenish the soldiers, especially the warriors with strong combat effectiveness, the Kree sent a large number of scientific research teams to various planets to capture people for human transformation experiments, hoping to cultivate soldiers with strong combat effectiveness through this method. And the Earth is one of them. The Kree were called Blue Angels by humans at the time. They captured humans for experiments, transfusing themselves as blood to the Earthlings, and finally genetically modified humans into aliens with various abilities, similar to X-Men. But because the experiments on other planets failed, the Kree gave up the plan, and those humans who were transformed into aliens were not taken away, but stayed on the Earth. Among the first batch of aliens that were directly transformed, there was one person whose ability was very buggy. This alien was called Hive at the time. Hive's ability was parasitism. After being transformed, his body had actually become a parasite. He could parasitize other people's bodies like changing clothes to achieve immortality, but he must be dead. He could also control other aliens through parasites like sand, and of course he could also use it to kill people. It was precisely because of his bug level ability to control other aliens that he soon had a large number of subordinates, including humans and aliens. In the end, other aliens were afraid of him, so they united and used a stone, the Cohen Stone, actually a portal that can teleport people to another planet, to exile him to another planet. After Hive was exiled, his subordinates, those who had ambitions to rule the world, organized together to save Hive. They seized the Cohen Stone, tried to study it, and kept sending people in the hope that someone would come back and bring back their master, but all this was in vain. No one could come back after entering the portal, and these people finally realized that they could not bring back the master with their technology. BC. What they could do was to send a person in as a sacrifice every 10 years or decades to replace the body of the Hive to ensure that the Hive would not die. In the end, these subordinates of the Hive finally formed a strict organization. The people in this organization passed down the family tradition to ensure that they would not forget the ultimate goal of the organization, to save the Hive and rule the world. The largest family in this organization was the Malek family, and the people of this family had always served as the leader of the organization. After George flew from the hotel to the manor of the Markley family, he landed in a hidden place. After changing back to his true body, he silently recited the illusion body spell to himself, and a blue light shot from George's hand to his body, and then George's figure disappeared directly. This spell can achieve the same effect as an invisible cloak, but sometimes the cloak will not cover it tightly, while this spell can make people completely hidden. Then George walked in the manor with a swagger. According to the route map obtained before, George first came to the big villa in the middle of the manor, because the entrance to the basement was in the study on the first floor. George ignored the security guards at the door of the villa and walked straight to the door of the study room. He heard the conversation coming from inside. "Jerry, is this your choice?" A female voice came from the study room. "Yes, you know, I have chosen my successor," Jerry Markley said. "The young man named John Schmidt. He doesn't believe in our God." The woman said. "Joey, it doesn't matter. He just needs to develop the organization. You will watch him in the dark, right?" Jerry said. "Jerry, but he is too crazy. You should be able to feel it." Joey said. "What we do is crazy in itself." Jerry raised his voice. "So you are scared, aren't you? Is it because of the little guy next to you?" Joey said. "This has nothing to do with Freddy. It's just that I don't think highly of this country, so I'm ready to change the environment for the development of the family." Jerry replied. "Haha, Jerry, you can't convince me with this, and I can't explain it to others. Also, will you take the portal away?" Joey said. "No, I'll leave it to you." Joey paused for a long time, and then said, as if he had let go of something. "Haha, I hope you can keep your promise. Let's stop here tonight. If you decide on the time to leave, I'll come to see you off. I just hope to take my family away safely." Joey said with a little tiredness. Then footsteps were heard in the study. George walked to one side of the corridor and made way for the door. Just as George stood up, the door of the study opened from the inside. A fashionable woman walked out from inside, followed by a middle-aged man in his 50s, and there was a young man next to the middle-aged man. These two people should be Joey and Giui who were talking just now. George watched the three people leave the study, turned the door handle lightly with his right hand, and the door opened directly. George did not delay, and went directly to the fireplace, silently chanting Allahu open. The fireplace clicked, and was already rotating, revealing the entrance to the stairs behind it, and George walked down the stairs directly. After passing another door, George came to an underground room. This room is not big, but there is a stone in the middle of the house. This is the goal of George's trip, the portal left by the Kree people, the Cohen stone. George knew that it was not safe to place this stone like this, and it might devour the surrounding living things and teleport away at any time. So, George did not delay, and directly put it into the chaotic space. No matter how powerful the means are, after being sent into the space, you can only stay there honestly. After completing his goal, George did not delay and went back the same way. But just after closing the secret door, the door lock of the study turned again. Since George had not lifted the illusion spell, he was not worried that someone would see him. So after standing by the fireplace, he did not move. Then the door opened, and GUI walked in with Freddy. After the two sat down and lit a cigar, GUI said, "Freddy, I don't know if my choice is right, but I don't want everyone in our family to disappear like your grandfather one day. I think you don't want what happened that day to happen again, right? But can we really leave?" Freddy said. "Haha, don't worry. As the leader of a Hydra, although I have handed over a lot of power to John Schmidt, we still have our own power. As long as we hand over the stone, they will not fight to the death with us. After all, it is a situation where both sides will suffer losses. However, some preparations have to be made. Recently, you take your brother to leave Germany and go to the United States. I will go to find you after I finish dealing with things here. Father, do you need to be so anxious? If you delay, there may be changes. When you get there, you can find Koenig and he will arrange everything for you. Okay, I'm tired. You go out first." GUI waved his hand and let Freddy leave. Freddy was about to say something, but when he saw GUI's tired face, he gave up. He stood up and walked out of the study. George also walked out behind Freddy and then swaggered out of the villa again. As for what kind of impact taking away the boulder will have on the Malik family, and what changes will it bring to the subsequent plot, it is not within George's thinking range. After all, for the Hydra organization on Earth, the Hive on the other side of the portal is what George is worried about. Because if the Hive really controls the aliens on Earth, he will be very dangerous. Besides, George is also very interested in the planet on the other side where humans on Earth can survive. As for the Hive, the conditions are not met for the time being, otherwise it would be very simple to deal with it. At the corner, he directly chanted apparition and concentrated his attention. With a bang, George appeared directly in the room of the Oderin Kempinski Hotel. The apparition spell is a kind of movement spell in the Harry Potter world, which is equivalent to teleportation, but it must be a place you have been to before, and the farther the distance, the more magic power it consumes. After returning to the hotel, he found an opportunity to exchange his clone, and George continued to chat and laugh with everyone at the banquet, as if he had never gone out. Of course, no matter what happened outside, it had nothing to do with George who had been entertaining everyone. Thanks to Killin is not a demon for the recommendation vote, and thanks to all the book friends who have collected it, thank you. Chapter 73 University Speech. The next day, the news that George came to Germany and entertained the company's senior management was reported by major German newspapers. Of course, the report will inevitably report George's history of making a fortune and the scientific research results he has achieved. Although many newspapers have made a fuss about George's identity and advocated the exclusion of George, but as a shareholder of the German-American Oil Company and the United Steel Company, there are still many people in the newspaper who understand George's power. Even if the newspaper does not understand, George believes that the current German government will not push these two companies out. After all, the two companies are backed by large consortiums. Sure enough, the newspapers on the third day only expressed their welcome to George. This day happened to be June 1st, and the energy in the chaotic space had accumulated for another month. However, Considering that there are still many good things in the Harry Potter world, George thinks it is more appropriate to save enough for another year before extracting items. After getting up, he saw from the window that there were many reporters outside the hotel where he was. George knew that these were all those who wanted to interview him, but George was not prepared to be interviewed, so he did not show up. Some universities in Germany, such as the University of Munich and Heisenberg University, have also sent invitations to George to the school for exchanges. After all, the name of the father of penicillin has gradually been accepted by everyone. The impact of penicillin is self-evident. This exchange with major European universities did not originally arrange a trip to Germany, but George happened to go to Germany for personal reasons. George was still considering what excuse to use to go to the University of Munich. Now that he saw the invitation letter, this problem naturally no longer existed. After communicating with Professor Osborne, George accepted the exchange invitation from the University of Munich. As for the invitations from other universities, I'm sorry, he didn't really want to communicate with others, so he declined all of them. The agreed exchange time was set after mid-June, and George began to use this free time to visit this European power. The ancestors of the Germans were the Germanic people who lived in Central Europe in ancient times. In the 10th century, the Germanic people established the Holy Roman Empire, which later split. In 1871, the Kingdom of Prussia annexed the German states, except the Austrian Empire, to establish the German Empire and complete the unification of Germany. So as a country with a long history, there must be many cultural and artistic works. George is very interested in these. Germany is also famous for wine, so George arranged for the company's people to do some business in these two areas. George himself also visited two castles. After buying one, he planned to install a set of door keys, which would be more convenient for future arrangements in Germany. June 14th. Munich. The full name of the University of Munich is Ludwig Maximilian University of Munich, abbreviated as LMU or University of Munich. It was founded in 1472 and is a world-class university located in the center of Munich, the capital of Bavaria, Germany. George came to the base where the security personnel who had been stationed in advance were located. This is a bar in the city center. After George arrived in Germany, he asked someone to buy this bar in the name of a local intermediary, after listening to the report of the front station personnel. So, on the surface, the owner of this bar is a native of Munich. In fact, they have all been replaced by people who George has conquered these days. All of these people have been used by George with the loyalty spell, and will never betray themselves. Some of the places that are easy to be noticed have also been arranged by George with magic in the past 2 days. The reason why George spent so much time was for Abraham Erkins, a professor at the University of Munich. Professor Abraham Erkins is a professor of biology at the University of Munich in Germany. He is also the creator of the Super Soldier Serum and the life mentor of Captain America Steve Rogers. Dr. Erkins is now studying how to improve physical fitness. Because Dr. Erskine is a Jew, he was captured by the then Nazi Party. The leader of the Hydra organization, the Red Skull John Schmidt, forced Dr. Erskine to inject himself with the Super Soldier Serum, but the serum was not yet finished at the time, turning John Schmidt into a Red Skull. So, when there is a chance, George certainly made some preparations in advance. This bar is the base for surveillance on the surface. In fact, George also arranged a team of people to go to Augsburg to protect Professor Erkin's family in secret. Moreover, George set up door keys in both places to ensure that George himself can come to support at any time when necessary. The next day, George came to the University of Munich as a scholar. After George introduced the discovery and application of penicillin, it was the communication link. Of course, George, who is also good at German, did not ask for translation, because in science, ordinary translation cannot accurately express professional terms. Hello, Mr. Orwell. I'm Professor Abraham Erkins from the School of Biology. I have also done some research on your idea of the impact of microorganisms on the human body. Do you think that we can artificially improve the quality of the human body through some means and achieve the effect that ordinary exercise cannot achieve? When Professor Erkins asked this question, there was a booing in the audience because Erkins's idea was not accepted by the people at the University of Munich, who thought he was fanciful. So when he met George, who was also studying microbiology, Erkins also hoped to hear some different voices. Strictly speaking, Professor Erkins' research was already on strengthening human DNA and bioengineering technology, but due to the development of science, this theory has not been proposed, so it is all within the large department of biology. George looked at this person who would have a huge impact on the world in the future. The super soldier serum he invented was not cracked until 100 years later. Countless people benefited from him, and many people gained strength by studying his achievements. Among them are the Hulk, Spider-Man, Daredevil, etc. But for the time being, he is just an unpopular university professor. Hello, Professor Erkins. The mysteries of the human body are endless. We need you, me, and all the people in the world who are interested in this to continue to explore. As for whether there is such a method, maybe there is, but we haven't found it yet. Science is like this. Before success, everyone thinks it is impossible, so we have to pursue it, right? Then he communicated with others for nearly 2 hours. In the evening, the University of Munich also held a banquet to welcome George. Although Professor Erkins, as a professor of the School of Biology, was not well received, he was also invited. George in the crowd saw Professor Erkins, who was not welcome, and drinking alone in a corner of the banquet. George had the idea of taking him away in advance, but considering the character shown by Professor Erkins in the movie, he probably would not leave with George. So George didn't even show too much enthusiasm for Professor Erkins. Perhaps he felt George's gaze, and Professor Erkins happened to look at George. George raised his glass and signaled to Professor Erkins. "Next time we meet, you will thank me, Professor Erkins." This is George's most sincere thought at the moment. Thanks to the book friends Killin is not a demon and the book friend Kinkson / me for their recommendation votes. Thank you. Thanks to the book lovers for their collection. Chapter 74 Hogwarts Island. 1923. It had been 2 years since the last time he went to Germany. George woke up from the morning sun, pulled his arm out of the naked body of the beauty beside him, walked into the bathroom alone, washed up, and went to the restaurant on the first floor to have breakfast. As for the beauty beside him, after she woke up, someone would naturally arrange for her to leave. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, George silently chanted apparition, and he appeared on the top of a castle. George is now in New York, and he used to live in the villa on New York Avenue. The place where he is now was previously called Rikers Island, and was renamed Hogwarts Island by George last year. The reason is that last year, George threw the entire Hogwarts from the Harry Potter world. When the entire Hogwarts was just drawn out, it was wrapped in a spherical object. Later, George placed this spherical object on Rikers Island at that time, and after one night, the entire Hogwarts wrapped by the walls of the college appeared in the original place. Fortunately for George, the change happened at night, and was not seen by anyone. George summoned nearly 500 clones, and surrounded the courtyard wall at the same time, carving the Muggle repelling charm on the courtyard wall. This is why all this has not attracted anyone's attention. Standing on the top of the tower, you can see a cross-sea bridge connecting Queens, New York and the current Hogwarts Island. At the end of the bridge are 2 magnificent wrought iron gates with stone pillars on both sides of the gates and angels with wings on top of the stone pillars. This is the main entrance to Hogwarts Island. Through the main entrance is a long uphill road. The left side of the uphill road used to be the venue for Quidditch games. The stadium is surrounded by towering stands, which makes it convenient for spectators to watch the game clearly from a high altitude. There are 3 golden pillars at each end of the stadium, each 50 feet high, with round frames on top. The right side used to be Hagrid's hut, but it was demolished by George. Passing the Hogwarts grounds and Hagrid's hut, passing many corner towers and towers, get off the car at the big lawn, and enter the castle. We passed many corner towers and turrets, and got off the car at the big lawn to enter the castle. Unlike ordinary castles, the gate of the castle is not on the side of the Great Hall and the foyer, but at the back of the entire castle. The castle is not a square building, but a combined building complex with many towers, which are connected by passages, secret passages and bridges. Opposite the gate is a large lake, the Black Lake. On the right side of the castle is a greenhouse and a large field. On the right side of the original Hagrid's hut in the field is the Forbidden Forest. Judging from the age, the area of the original Rikers Island is definitely not enough, but from the inside, it can hold everything. So George thinks that it may be engraved within the walls of the college. It is worth mentioning that after the entire Hogwarts became larger, George found after visiting that the souls in the paintings that were originally hung on the wall and inhabited by souls had all disappeared, leaving only empty frames. Special rooms such as the library and the room of requirement are still there, especially the books in the library, which makes up for George's shortcomings in spells. Although George also gained a lot of spells, when he gained Nick Flamel's knowledge, he specialized in alchemy and ancient magic runes. How many spells can you expect a technical geek who hasn't fought with others for hundreds of years to specialize in? Although Hogwarts is large and beautiful, many places in it are not suitable for George now. So in the next year, after extracting the item, George has been using magic to change the entire Hogwarts. In George's view, the entire castle seemed as if everyone had just left temporarily and nothing had moved. In the process of transforming the magic castle, George classified and put away all the things he found, such as books were put into the library, and those related to alchemy and alchemy were also placed in their respective rooms. Other useless things such as beds, quilts, etc. were transformed into small toothpicks by George using transfiguration, and finally received in a bag made by George himself with a traceless extension charm. Why did they all become toothpicks? Of course, it was to save space. In the end, with the continuous efforts of George and his clone, the entire college has changed. First, the wall surrounding the college was covered with thorns by George after George carved some defensive arrays. It not only played a role in hiding, but also made it more beautiful. The Quidditch venue was changed to a football field. George also built 2 basketball courts next to it. The Forbidden Forest and Black Lake, which were already dead, were also put into various creatures by George. They have regained vitality and formed an ecosystem. Standing on the top of the castle, you can still hear the birds and insects in the Forbidden Forest. George also made a lot of changes to the interior of the castle. It can be said that most of this year was spent on this. Considering the professionalism, after George removed many unnecessary mechanisms, he also specially invited the original professional designer team to design the electrification of the castle. Of course, these people were later modified by George using the memory spell with forget spell. George did not treat them badly. He bought their company directly and gave each of them a big red envelope. Working for your boss, I think they will be very happy, even if their memories are not deleted. Some tower buildings around the castle have been preserved, such as the astronomy tower. Some have been converted into laboratories. These laboratories will be very useful. After the transformation, the entire Hogwarts Island has regained new vitality. The entire castle not only has living rooms, but also art exhibition collection halls, car collection halls, guns, clocks and other smaller exhibition halls. There are also large banquet halls, indoor swimming pools, gyms and other rooms. Except for some secret rooms, the underground space has also been converted into parking lots and wine cellars. In addition, George also used the invisible stretch spell on the 8th floor of the castle to decorate himself with indoor swimming pools, gyms, alchemy laboratories and other rooms. For some special rooms and secret rooms, George also used magic to make special protection to ensure that they will not be destroyed. This is not to distrust the people who will live in the castle in the future, but some herbs in the greenhouse from Harry Potter's world are very precious. It can be said that many of them are extinct in this world, so it is not too solemn. George also built 100 to store evilers with gardens around the Black Lake. Tomorrow, the first batch of residents will be here. Only people close to George and servants will live in the castle, and the villa by the lake is for the security personnel who followed George the earliest. Since George has magic, all the people who were planted with vitality seeds by George have sworn allegiance under the loyalty curse. After screening, these people were finally selected by George's 100 people as his final team. These 100 people are loyal to him, and they don't have too many social relationships except their own small families. In this way, there won't be too many external factors interfering. For these people who can leave their lives to themselves, their families should also enjoy the best life like him. And Hogwarts Island, George's own island, was set up with the most stringent protection array by George. George can guarantee that there is probably no safer place on this earth than here except Camotage. In fact, as long as George is willing, he can cast more Muggle expulsion spells. Then use some arrays to completely seal the entire island and make it disappear from everyone's sight. But people are social creatures, and necessary communication is necessary. Thanks to the book friend Killin is not a demon for his recommendation vote. Thank you. I also hope that all book friends have the remaining recommendation votes to vote for me. Thank you. Welcome book friends to collect more. Chapter 75. Changes in Space. Today, George will draw items again. The items drawn in the first 2 times were quite good. George came to the island specifically to draw items. His consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness again, entered the Chaos Orb, and looked at the 3000 worlds. He drew a ball of light from the Harry Potter world again, and a suitcase-like item in the ball of light came into view. Just when George was about to crush the ball of light and take out the item, the chaotic space seemed to convey a throbbing of desire. When he saw the appearance of this item, George had a rough guess about what this item was. It should be the special suitcase of Newt Scamander, a magic zoologist in the Harry Potter world. In order to write Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Scamander traveled around 5 continents and passed through nearly 100 cities to observe these magical creatures up close. This mysterious suitcase has always been with him. The inside of the box was cast with a traceless extension spell. There is a complete laboratory in the space, as well as a huge biological garden with a complete biosphere, which allows Newt to store a large number of magical animals during his travels. Therefore, the inside of this box is not just a box with a traceless extension spell. It should be said that it is a dimensional box. Otherwise, what do so many large magical creatures eat? What do they breathe? Is it just relying on the oxygen that Scamander put in when he opened the box? Obviously it is unrealistic. And George, who has Nick Flamel's knowledge, knows that it is not impossible to build a space into this kind of dimensional space. With the effect of magic, everything is possible. It's just that the precious magic materials required are very many, which are not affordable for ordinary people. However, thinking about the people who can travel around the 5 continents for their own interests and hobbies, they must not be ordinary people. After feeling this desire for the chaotic space, George thought about it for a while and naturally knew which was more important. The Chaos Pearl is his foundation, so he directly pushed the light ball into the depths of the Chaos Pearl. In an instant, the light ball disappeared in front of George. There was a faint sense of rejection in the space, and George's consciousness returned directly to the body. When George wanted to put his consciousness into the space again, the inner layer of the Chaos Pearl seemed to be isolated, isolating the entry of the consciousness body. But because the Chaos Pearl was bound to George's soul, George could still vaguely feel that the internal space of the Chaos Pearl seemed to be compressed inward. After trying to enter the space with consciousness again without success, George stopped trying. He could only let the space change by itself. Fortunately, the changes in the Chaos Pearl did not cause much impact on George. All skills and the energy that already existed in George's Danshin could be used normally. After repeated comparisons, George still found some differences. That is, the energy in the Danshin before would naturally and slowly grow as the Chaos Pearl absorbed the energy from the external space. George did not need to find a way to increase it, so the chakra refining technique basically had no effect on George. Now that the Chaos Pearl was undergoing a transformation, no energy was dissipated from the Chaos Pearl, and the use of the chakra refining technique could also increase the energy in George's Danshin a little bit. In addition, George was quite fortunate that after the underground secret room in the castle was renovated, some precious items such as gold and artworks were taken out of the space, leaving only some water and physical objects, as well as some guns and so on. Ignoring the changes of the Chaos Orb, there was no point in being anxious. George used the shadow changing to return to the villa. Now the servants in the villa have been replaced by the old people who have served the Sven family for generations, including the old butler Fred. After telling the old butler, someone will arrange for the families of the security personnel to live in Hogwarts Island tomorrow. Moreover, George's castle still needs a lot of decorative items. These need the butler to choose suitable ones from the collections acquired in recent years for decoration. There are also the art exhibition halls that George likes, those classic cars, etc., which need to be slowly moved and filled, so this relocation and settlement is a long-term project. Perhaps inspired by Newt Scamander, George decided to take a world tour. He did what he said and bought a large cruise ship directly, and then booked the time for the world tour. Of course, George will not be the only one on this tour. George plans to turn this tour into a super banquet that will be open all year round. George will publish the entire itinerary in the newspaper and then sell the boat tickets. At each port of call, some wealthy people will be invited to board the cruise ship, and a cocktail party will be held every night. These people can get off the ship at any time, and there will be a small cruise ship to take those who want to leave to the nearest city. So since George announced this plan, newspapers in all countries have been vying to report on this matter, and many newspapers are speculating that George will take the initiative to invite them to board the ship. In fact, in the following time, George earned back the money of this large cruise ship in less than half a year, and earned several times more. All the rich people are honored to be invited by George, and all the rich people are proud to board this ship called the Golden Ship. Many times, it is difficult to get a ticket. It can be imagined that in a party full of rich people, what else can there be besides enjoyment? Of course, it is opportunity. These top rich people revealed a lot of information during the conversation. It is not difficult to imagine why it was difficult to get a ticket later. That's why this ship is called the Golden Ship and the whole trip is called the Golden Journey. It's not that the ship is made of gold, but that the people waiting for the ship are either rich or noble, and the opportunities on the ship can create gold. In fact, George, who has the ability to change shape and shadow, does not really stay on the ship all the time. Many times, George appears in scenic spots in various countries on the way. Take a look at the natural scenery and visit the humanities and history. By the way, find some business opportunities, or buy a property, and make a door key. Anyway, by the end of the journey, George basically has properties in various countries around the world. The most important thing about these properties is to play a positioning role. With the door key and change shape and shadow, George can reach any place he has been to at any time. 2 years later, George ended his global journey. Of course, this golden ship will continue to sail, then create countless opportunities for countless people on board. On the night of returning to Hogwarts Island, the Chaos Pearl, which had been silent for 2 years, finally throbbed again. George's mind instantly sensed the Chaos Pearl. As George's consciousness entered, this time it was a huge surprise for George, because a real space appeared in the Chaos Pearl. This space is semicircular as a whole, with an area of about 50 acres, slightly higher in the center, and there is a pool. The pool is only about 10 square meters. Soil appeared in the space, although it was still bare without any plants. But this was a real piece of land, which was incomparable to the previous storage space. What did not change was that the 3,000 worlds were still scattered at the top of the space like a galaxy. It seemed very far away, but George's consciousness seemed to be able to easily grasp it. It was just that this time the space change consumed all the energy, and George did not extract any items. Looking at the newly appeared land again, George subconsciously wanted to squat down and grab a handful of soil. He reacted instantly. This time it was still the consciousness that entered, but the next second, a handful of soil naturally appeared in front of George, and George subconsciously held it in his palm. George could see the black and oily soil in his somewhat illusory palm. Since this is all real soil, can his own body come in? Next, George did a series of experiments. First, George found that, as long as he thought about it, George's body would also appear in this space. And when the body appeared in the space, George in the real space outside disappeared out of thin air, and no items were left. This was seen after the memories were retrieved through the multiple clones left behind. Secondly, George can still choose to enter alone with his consciousness. This can be seen when the Chaos Orb enters for the first time after the change. In addition, the time and the space is consistent with the time flow outside the space. There is no problem of speed, which can be tested with a watch. The water is very sweet, and there is a warm feeling in the stomach when drinking it. It should contain trace amounts of energy, but the specifics have not been tested specifically. Whether the soil has any special effects is not yet known. This requires further observation. The most important thing is that the entire space is still under George's control. George can plan the space at will, like setting up a vacuum space. After all, sometimes vacuum space is quite useful for storage. As for whether the space has other uses, we can wait until tomorrow and then slowly test it. I just returned to the castle tonight. After 2 years of traveling around the world, the Chaos Orb can enter again, which also completely relieves George's worries. Tonight, I can sleep well with peace of mind. Thanks to the book friends Shenxin Fiang and Killin is not a demon for their recommendations. Thank you. Although some seniors suggested that I should stop writing after 240,000 words without signing, but looking at the book friends who voted for me, I decided to continue writing. Your support is my motivation. Thank you to all the book friends who voted and collected it. Thank you. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.